Chapter 656. The Fourth Region. As expected, the son of Xianxia and the hundreds of immortals around him stayed where they were. They were waiting for the various factions to gather. For some inexplicable reason, the immortals felt extremely anxious. Some immortals couldn't help but pace back and forth in place. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of some immortals, and their eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, our people are back. The son of the stars suddenly became excited as he looked to the east. A few breaths later. We're back, big brother Xianxia. Xiao, 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 xiao. As far as the son of stars' eyes could see, a group of people suddenly charged out from the east. The leader of the group was a leader of a 10-man team under the son of Xianxia's command. The team had recruited some other immortals as well, adding up to about 100 people. Now that these 100 people had returned to the son of Xianxia's side, the two groups added up to nearly 500 people. Rendezvous. The son of Xianxia looked around at the immortals and let out a long sigh of relief. The power of unity is strong. Everyone, we have a strong army now. There's no need to worry too much about Xiao Han. As long as we join forces, we'll definitely be able to fight him. After a pause, the son of Xianxia looked off into the distance with a slight frown, then spoke in a barely audible voice. There are still 5 groups of people outside. I hope they'll be able to gather here soon. I hope no accidents happen. It should be noted that the various immortal teams were scattered randomly in the fourth region. Some were closer to the son of Xianxia, while others were further away. Even if the son of Xianxia wanted to gather them, he couldn't possibly get them all to return at the same time. They would definitely return one after the other. In the depths of his heart, the son of Xianxia was silently praying that the 5 groups of people outside would return to his side safely. Xiao Han had tormented the son of Xianxia like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Xiao Han, the black-white child, and Xianxia traversed the fourth region on a rainbow-like immortal cloud. After Xiao Han had taken a great mental supplement pill, his depleted mental strength was already full. Xiao Han was in high spirits. A powerful soul fluctuation spread out, extending for 80 li. As he flew, Xiao Han's position kept changing rapidly. However, the range of his spiritual sense was maintained at a range of 80 miles. This way, Xiao Han would be able to monitor his surroundings. Xiao Han was also very confident. If we fly at such a high speed, coupled with my detection range, we'll definitely be able to find the immortal teams under the Son of the Stars command. Sure enough, after flying for a short while, Xiao Han scanned the area with his soul force. About 60 li to the west, a group of immortals appeared within Xiao Han's range. Brother Black and White, fly to the west. Slow down a bit. Xiao Han immediately said to Hei Bai Zi. The black and white chess controlled the immortal cloud under their feet and headed west according to the direction Xiao Han pointed out. Xianxia whispered, Brother Xiao Han, have you found the target? I found a group of immortals. There are about. Xiao Han's psyche waves locked onto the group of immortals. 154 people. A few of them have refined magical treasures, but most of them are small fries. One of them is holding a communication spirit stone. It seems he's a leader under the Son of the Stars command. Good, very good. They look like they're in a hurry, as if they're on their way. Interesting. Xiao Han focused all of his attention on the group of immortals. The group of immortals still didn't know that Xiao Han had his eyes on them. At this moment, they were on their way to the Son of the Stars location. One by one they were shouting. Hurry! Hurry up! It's already dusk. Let's try to return to Big Brother Xianxia's side before the sky turns dark. The leader of Xianxia's subordinates hurriedly barked. Now, after that incident, the entire fourth region is in a state of panic, and no one is able to find peace. If we run into Xiao Han while we're wandering around, we'll have to fight a bloody battle. Besides, forget it. The sooner we get back to Big Brother, the sooner we'll be safe. That's right, another immortal said solemnly. Although we have more than 100 people, we don't dare to wander around anymore. Only by returning to Big Brother's side can we ensure that we won't be assassinated by Xiao Han one by one. I didn't expect us immortals to be forced into a corner, and by a mere mortal no less. How depressing. It's fine. Once we get back to Big Brother's side, We won't have to run like this. We can raise our battle flags and take the initiative to kill Xiao Han. Humph. How can 1,000 immortals not be able to kill Xiao Han? I don't believe he's some god descended from the heavens. The immortals couldn't help but discuss nervously as they hurried along. In the second level of the treasure, not only was the coverage of the immortals' immortal senses restricted to a range of a few miles, but their flying speed was also affected. It was definitely not as fast as flying outside. Otherwise, these teams of immortals would have rushed back to regroup with Xianxia long ago. At this time, Xiao Han had already heard the words of the immortal team. Oh, the Son of the Stars has changed his strategy. He's going to gather all the immortals and increase their numbers to over 1,000. Then he'll fight me again. Ah! The black-white child blinked. The Son of the Stars is truly shameless. He wants to gather 1,000 immortals to fight you, Brother Xiao Han. He's afraid of death. He's clearly very wary of you, Brother Xiao Han, and doesn't dare face you alone. The more the merrier, Fish Ribs said with a smile. Soon after, he furrowed his brows. But if he really does gather 1,000 immortals, it won't be easy to deal with them. Yes, although Xiao Han's battle prowess was terrifying, it was impossible for him to fight against 1,000 immortals alone. Even in the world of immortals, a level 4 true immortal, or even a level 5 true immortal who cultivated powerful immortal arts and wielded extraordinary treasures, could only die in a desperate fight against 1,000 level 2 true immortals. Brother Xiao Han, the black-white child said. Brother Xiao Han, since we've discovered that the immortals are moving in the Son of the Stars direction, we can intercept them in advance. We can prevent them from converging. Yes. Xiao Han nodded slightly and then smiled. We will definitely kill him. However, now is not the time. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Han continued. We'll keep an eye on them. When they're close to the Son of the Stars, we'll make our move. That way, we'll be able to find the Son of the Stars location with them leading the way. My psychic waves can cover an area of 80 kilometers. The Son of the Stars and the other immortals' immortal senses can only cover a few kilometers. That way, I'll be able to find the Son of the Stars location in advance without being discovered. That way, I'll have the upper hand. Xiao Han was very confident. Alright, Brother Xiao Han, let's not make our move for now. We'll follow the immortals until we find the Son of the Stars. The black-white child and Fish Ribs said in unison. Dusk approached. The day was nearing its end. Like an old man past his twilight years. In the Son of the Stars area. Currently, only one of the 6 groups had returned to Master Xianxia's side. The other 5 groups had yet to return. This made the immortals around the Son of the Stars feel uneasy. Big Brother Son of the Stars, are the others going to be fine? That Xiao Han is not only decisive in his killing, but also cunning and treacherous. One of the immortals asked worriedly. Don't tell me that kid is going to kill our people halfway? Humph. The Son of the Stars shook his head with a grim expression. There's no danger for the time being. Although the other 5 groups haven't met up with us yet, I've asked them through communication spirit stones. They're on their way here, and their journey has been peaceful. They haven't been ambushed by Xiao Han. Moreover, they'll soon return and meet up with us. That's good. That being said, the immortals were still nervous. It wasn't hard to imagine that if the other groups were ambushed by Xiao Han, the Son of the Stars' morale and faith would plummet again. Their psychological defenses would crumble. The group of immortals that Xiao Han was following. There were 154 of them. Hurry! Hurry! We're less than 50 kilometers away from Big Brother Star's group. We'll meet up with Big Brother Star soon. The leader of the Star's subordinates urged. Behind them. Oh. We're about to find the Son of the Stars location. Less than 50 kilometers? Xiao Han, who had been waiting for his prey, tensed up his entire body and condensed the solidified mental power star in his sea of consciousness. Big brothers, Xiao Han instructed in a low voice. As soon as the Son of the Stars appears within range of my psychic fluctuations, I'll attack the group of immortals ahead of us. Big brothers, prepare your immortal weapons and finish them off. All right, let's get closer to the group of immortals ahead of us. We'll keep a distance of 5 to 5 kilometers from them so we can launch an attack instantly. All right. The black-white child and Xianxia grew serious and slowly took out their immortal weapons. Xiao, 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 The three of them closed in on the group of immortals ahead of them. In front of them. We're only a few dozen kilometers away from Big Brother Star's group. I've already sent word to Big Brother Star. We'll meet up with them in a few dozen breaths. The tense expressions of the immortals ahead of them finally relaxed. They were as relaxed and happy as birds returning to their nests. Finally, we can sleep in peace. On Xiao Han's side. Finally. The Son of the Stars and the other immortals appeared within range of Xiao Han's psychic fluctuations. The current situation was, the group of immortals that Xiao Han was following was about 70 kilometers away from the Sons of the Stars group. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was about 10 kilometers away from them. Xiao Han was 80 kilometers away from the Sons of the Stars. Now's the time. Big brothers, attack. Be quick and decisive. Kill all the scum in front of us. Xiao Han shouted excitedly. Chapter 657. The group of immortals Xiao Han had been following was about to join up with Master Xing's main force. This caused their taut hearts to completely relax. Do. Their faces were full of smiles. All right, it's finally settled. The immortals were all very lazy. As long as we join up with the main force, our numbers will increase dramatically. Then we won't have to fear Xiao Han's harassment. Ha. That's right. We have the numbers advantage. What would Xiao Han dare do? Some of the immortals had forgotten their earlier fear of Xiao Han, and were instead mocking him. Meanwhile, Master Xing was all smiles. Good. The second group will join up with us. That'll bring our numbers to nearly 700. Very good. Everything is going according to my plan. However, in the midst of this extremely peaceful, even somewhat warm atmosphere, something terrible happened. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dense swarm of jade-colored daggers filled the sky like locusts, appearing out of thin air. They formed a net and flew toward the group of immortals Xiao Han had been following. This could also be considered a sneak attack. From beginning to end, the immortals hadn't noticed that Xiao Han, the god of death, had been following them for several hours. Xiao Han was brimming with psychic power. The quality of the daggers he'd conjured was far superior to the immortal treasures used by ordinary level 2 true immortals in the world of immortals. Moreover, the daggers were Xiao Han's thoughts. Xiao Han was unleashed. It was incredibly fast. Moreover, he could control the angle and position of the daggers at will. Even in a head-on battle, most of these immortals wouldn't be able to evade the countless daggers that filled the sky, let alone sneak attacks that were currently being carried out against the unsuspecting. Moreover, every immortal in the group was in a state of complete relaxation. In a situation where he was completely defenseless. Thud. 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 In less than a tenth of a breath's time, Xiao Han's psychic daggers had pierced through the bodies of all 154 immortals. Their immortal energy was obliterated, and they howled like animals in a slaughterhouse. The instant the immortals were crippled by Xiao Han, Xianxia and the black and white child joined hands to take out their immortal artifacts and dharma treasures. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, 154 immortals. In an instant, it exploded into pieces. All sorts of points, dharma treasures, and refinement power surged into the bodies of black and white child and fish rib. Xiao Han also took out his storage ring and collected the countless fragments of the immortals' corpses into it. Then, he laughed heartily and said, "Son of Stars, I've come personally to give you a generous gift. I hope you'll accept it." Ha. Even Xianxia, who was dozens of miles away, could hear it clearly. However, after Xiao Han succeeded, he did not stop. Together with Black, White, and Xianxia, they summoned their immortal clouds and flew away. The Son of Stars. Boom, boom, boom. Xianxia and the immortals around him could only see a sky full of immortal light several dozen kilometers away. Images of immortals falling filled the air, accompanied by blood-curdling screams that made one's hair stand on end. The smiles on the faces of the Son of Stars and the other immortals froze, as if they were newborn babies that had died in their wombs. The immortals were stupefied. Then, Xiao Han's lazy yet provocative voice rang out from afar. "Son of Stars, I've come here personally to give you a generous gift. I hope you'll accept it." Ha. The Son of Stars finally snapped out of his daze. Roar! "Xiao Han! It's you again! You filthy animal! The Son of Stars' eyes bulged as if they were going to pop out of their sockets. The corners of his eyes were torn, and blood seeped out. After that, Son of Stars' figure flashed explosively towards the location of the incident, and he howled like an injured wild beast. Xiaohan! Bastard! I'll grind your bones to dust! The Son of the Stars and the other immortals also charged into the fray. By the time they reached the scene of the commotion, Xiaohan was already gone. All that was left in the air were the remains of the fallen immortals, the strong aura of death, and the vengeful spirits that filled the sky. Why? Why did this happen? Why did Xiaohan come to our doorstep? Why? The Son of Stars threw his head back and wailed. His voice was filled with a sense of being at the end of his rope. The immortals around the Son of Stars were even more shocked. Their souls had flown out of their bodies. Xiaohan's assassination method was too brutal. The Son of Stars had repeatedly asked the returning immortal squads to be careful not to be followed by Xiaohan. These immortal squads had been very cautious. They had reported to the Son of Stars at all times on their way back. They hadn't been followed by Xiaohan. However, at the moment of their deaths, the immortals suddenly realized that the fallen immortal squad had been followed by Xiaohan. Like maggots in one's bones. However, the fallen immortal squad hadn't realized it even before they died. Xiaohan had been keeping an eye on this group of immortals the entire time, but he hadn't made a move yet. Only when they were close to the Son of Stars headquarters did he brazenly make a move. This was tantamount to directly challenging the Son of Stars, slapping him in the face. Moreover, this kind of courage could only be described as terrifying. It was the work of a peerless hero. 3. Xiaohan had only used 1 or 2 breaths of time to destroy this team of 154 immortals. It had happened in the blink of an eye. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The immortals felt chills run down their spines. At this moment, the Son of the Stars revealed his hysterical state. He was completely deranged. Chase! Xiaohan is nearby. Chase him. We'll all go after him. I don't believe that we can't kill Xiaohan with nearly 500 of us. Chase him. I've figured out where he's gone. Go after him. The Son of Stars gave the order. First, he charged at Xiaohan. Black and white. He dashed in the direction where Fish Cripple had disappeared. As for the other immortals, they exchanged glances, then followed Master Xianxia in hot pursuit. After Xiaohan and the other two fled for a short distance, they stopped. Wait. I'll investigate with my psychic waves. Let's see if the Son of Stars and the other immortals have caught up. Xiaohan's eyes darted around, as if formulating some sort of plan. The black and white children revered Xiaohan as if he were a god. The fact that Xiaohan could wander among countless immortals with ease and kill them without breaking a sweat was an invincible skill. Xiaohan pondered as he waited and quickly swallowed a mind replenishment pill. It replenished the psychic energy he'd used to slaughter immortals. After a few breaths, Xiaohan smiled faintly. Big brothers. Let's see if the Son of Stars and the others will catch up. Oh, brother Xiaohan, we just slaughtered over 100 immortals right in front of Master Xianxia. That's bound to make him lose his composure. I'm sure he'll come after us. But, brother Xiaohan, are we waiting for him to catch up to us? Are we really going to fight him head-on? The black-white child was a bit confused. No. Xiaohan smiled faintly. If the Son of Stars catches up to us, then I'll play a game of catch-up with them. Then I'll circle back to the Son of Stars' lair. At this moment, Xiaohan had a completely confident expression on his face, as if he had made up his mind on some kind of plan. Circle around and circle back to the Son of Stars' lair? What's that? White children blinked. Suddenly, the black and white children slapped their foreheads. I get it. Brother Xiaohan, you're trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lure the snake out of its hole. When the Son of Stars comes after us, his lair will be empty. Then, the others heading for his lair won't know what's going on. If they return to their lair without knowing what's going on, you'll be waiting for them and killing them. Ha 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 ha. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Xiaohan's eyes lit up. Now's not the time to fight the Son of Stars yet. I haven't had enough fun yet. Ha 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 ha. This plan of luring the snake out of its hole made Black and White Z and Xianxia admire Xiaohan from the bottom of their hearts. Soon. Xiao Han! Filthy animal! I'm going to kill you! The Son of Stars' crazed voice echoed from 50 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, he and hundreds of immortals appeared within the range of Xiao Han's psychic fluctuations. Were you satisfied with the gift just now, Son of Stars? Ha 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 ha! If you want to kill me, then come after me. If you can kill me, that's because you're strong enough. You can take all the point-accumulating treasures you want. However, I don't think you're strong enough. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed mockingly. Then, he led the black and white children away from the Son of Stars and the other immortals. Just like that, the Son of Stars chased after them, while Xiao Han continued to taunt and curse the Son of Stars. The Son of Stars' mind was thrown into chaos. Before long, Xiao Han abruptly turned around. Relying on the coverage of his powerful psychic soul, he somehow brushed past the Son of Stars and the other immortals dozens of kilometers to the left. This way, Xiao Han could circle around the enraged immortals and return to the Son of Stars' lair. The Son of Stars was completely unaware of this. He thought Xiao Han was still fleeing. He led his men and roared as he chased after Xiao Han, as if he wouldn't stop until he caught Xiao Han. Xiao Han, white children, and black and white children quietly made their way to the area where the Son of Stars had been. Then they waited. Xiao Han's soul ripples spread out, covering a circumference of 80 li as he said with a faint smile. Big brothers, we've successfully lured the Son of Stars away. The Son of Stars is currently in a state of rage and can no longer maintain his rationality. He won't be able to figure out our plan in a short time. Now, let's see if other immortals are coming here. Hee hee, what awaits them isn't the Son of Stars, but me, Xiao Han. To be continued. Chapter 658. Xiao Han's plan was being carried out perfectly. The Star Child and the other immortals had already chased far into the distance, but they had no idea that Xiao Han had already snuck back into their lair. Xiao Han waited patiently. Soon, Xiao Han noticed something. A team of immortals had indeed appeared within range of Xiao Han's psychic scan. It was a team of 177 immortals. And they were moving toward the lair. Every immortal in the team wore a relaxed and peaceful expression. They were also chatting with one another. Phew, it's been a tough journey. Thankfully, we didn't run into any danger along the way. That demon Xiao Han didn't target us, so we can return safely. That's right. Once we meet up with Big Brother Starchild, we won't have to fear Xiao Han anymore. Yes. I've been in contact with Big Brother Starchild many times. He told us that he's gathered hundreds of immortals, and that the remaining groups are on their way back safely as well. I tried to contact Big Brother Starchild a moment ago, but he didn't reply. There shouldn't be any problems. Big Brother Starchild has hundreds of immortals guarding him. How would Xiao Han dare attack him? We'll be able to meet up with Big Brother Starchild in a few dozen kilometers. That's enough, everyone. Let's hurry up and meet up with Big Brother Starchild. Heh. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but I've been so worried that Xiao Han will come after us. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry too much. Zone 4 is vast and boundless. There's no way Xiao Han will target us. The immortals laughed in a relaxed and cheerful manner as they drew closer and closer to the Starchild's lair. Apart from the immortals who'd gathered around the Starchild, there were 5 other groups in Zone 4. However, Xiao Han had killed one of them, so only 4 remained. The group that had just returned was one of those 4 groups. Heh heh. Xiao Han saw everything clearly. A mocking smile spread across his face. Big Bro Hey Bai Z, Big Bro Yu Yang Z, prepare to attack. Same old rules. Little Bro will attack first and cripple this group of immortals. Then, Big Bro will deal the finishing blow. Alright, Brother Xiao Han, we're already very familiar with this matter. Ha ha ha. Yu Yangzi laughed softly. Soon, the 3 of them began to prepare their killing intent. The solid mental power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness condensed into a ball. Black, white, and fish stem also took out their immortal artifacts and prepared their ultimate attacks. On the other side, the team of 177 immortals was getting closer and closer to the lair. In other words, he was getting closer and closer to Xiao Han. None of the immortals could possibly have guessed that the Master of the Stars had already left his headquarters. What awaited them was Xiao Han, and his death. 40 li. 30 li. 10 li. 5 li. Ha ha ha. Big brother son of the stars. We're back. Ha 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 ha. Some of the immortals burst into laughter. However, the laughter was abruptly cut off. It stopped abruptly. What's going on? A significant portion of the immortals who hadn't laughed sensed that something was wrong. Then, a large number of immortals released their immortal senses and enveloped the lair. Big brother son of the stars. Big brother son of the stars is nowhere to be seen. It's Xiao Han. It's Xiao Han. Instantly, a group of immortals began to yell in panic. Run! Run! What's going on? Did Big brother son of the stars and the others also? Impossible. How is that possible? The team of 177 immortals was in complete disarray. Just as they were about to lose their composure, Xiao Han wasn't going to give them any chance. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Psychic daggers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth stabbed toward them from all angles. None of the immortals, who were on the verge of collapse, could dodge this wave of attacks. Splurt, 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 splurt. All 177 immortals were crippled. Cries of agony filled the land. Immortal blood gushed out. Black and White Master and Fish Stem followed up with another stab like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Just like the previous times, this team of immortals was wiped out in an instant. Not a single one was left alive. The refining power of all the point-accumulating Dharma treasures was divided among the Black, White, and Fish Stem. Meanwhile, Xiao Han collected the immortals' corpses. In the future, his left demon Monarch palm could devour and absorb these corpses to strengthen its demonic power. Ha 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 ha. After doing this, Xiao Han, Black and White Master, and Fish Stem looked at each other and burst into laughter. Brother Xiao Han's foresight is truly flawless. He predicted that after Son of the Stars left the lair, his subordinates would return in confusion. Black and White Master marveled. Apart from the immortals around Son of the Stars, only 3 groups of people were still alive. As for the Son of Star Xianxia, he was completely consumed by rage and hatred. All he wanted to do was capture Xiao Han and torture him to vent his hatred. Son of the Stars had completely lost his bearing and demeanor as an immortal. He chased after Xiao Han, barked, and cursed. Countless vulgar words came out of his mouth. However, after chasing for hundreds of kilometers, Son of the Stars gradually calmed down. He realized that something wasn't right. That's strange. When I was chasing after Xiao Han, he kept provoking and cursing me from afar. But after chasing for hundreds of kilometers, there's no sign of Xiao Han. Moreover, my immortal sense hasn't been able to find Xiao Han. Wait! Son of the Stars' heart sank. An extremely ominous premonition flashed through his mind. Is this another one of Xiao Han's schemes? Instantly, a chill ran down Son of the Stars' spine. He broke out in a cold sweat. Son of the Stars stopped chasing after Xiao Han, his expression as unsightly as it could be. The immortals behind Son of the Stars also swarmed forward and surrounded him. Some of the immortals among them were extremely intelligent, and they all gasped at this moment. Big brother Son of the Stars, I think we've fallen into Xiao Han's trap, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Trembling, Son of the Stars roared. Go back now. Son of the Stars turned around in a panic and ran back. At the same time, he took out a communication spirit stone and shouted in a hoarse voice. Stop! Don't go back. I've already left the base. Xiao Han, that bastard, is most likely hiding in our base camp. Don't go back in a hurry. On Xiao Han's side, after killing a team of returning immortals, Xiao Han and the others quieted down and waited for their next target. They waited for a second team of returning immortals. After a while, they finally found something. Yet another team of immortals had returned with smug looks on their faces. There were 202 people in this team of immortals. Delighted, Xiao Han hastily said to the black-white child and fish seedling, Big brothers, there's something to do now. Ahahaha. Just as the 202 people were about to reach the nest, and when they were only 40 miles away, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. The immortal in the lead was holding a communication spirit stone in his hand. He was in the middle of a call when his face turned as white as a sheet of paper. What? Big brother son of the stars, you're not in the base? Xiao Han is most likely luring the tiger away from the mountain. This is too terrifying. Listen up. Don't get close to the base. Get out. Don't let that bastard Xiao Han take advantage of you. Son of the Stars' hoarse and urgent voice came through the communication spirit stone. I'm flying back. Everyone go back. The immortal with the communication spirit stone cried out in alarm. At that moment, we can't go. A casual voice rang out. Xiao Han leisurely walked up to them. Xiao Han! The immortals cried out hoarsely as they stared at Xiao Han, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. However, Xiao Han said nothing more. What welcomed them was a swarm of locust-like spiritual daggers. This wave of attacks directly crippled 188 of the 202 immortals, and the rest fled in all directions in terror. Xiao Han's will flashed, and a wisp of majestic saber chi slashed horizontally, cutting several immortals in half. As for the remaining two immortals, Xiao Han activated his boots of divine speed and rushed forward, smashing them into pieces with one punch each. At the same time, the black-white child and fish seedling rushed out as well. They quickly finished off the heavily injured and crippled immortals. Right now, Master Xianxia was burning his immortal chi and latent potential to get back to his headquarters as quickly as possible. At the same time, he was also trying to warn his subordinates not to walk right into the trap. However, roar! Xiao Han, you're insane. Xiao Han, let me go. I promise I won't oppose you again. All sorts of screams and wails came from the communication spirit stone. The sound of immortal bodies exploding and shattering rang out incessantly. Then there was silence. Roar! Xiao Han! You're ruthless. Son of the Stars knew that another wave of his men had perished. This caused him to completely crumble. It was a complete and utter collapse. His psychological defenses were crushed like eggshells. After cleaning up the mess, Xiao Han licked his lips and said, Big brothers, let's go after them now. It looks like we can't just sit here and wait. Master Star must have seen through our plan, and sent word to his people through a spirit communication stone. Let's not waste our time here. Those immortals won't come knocking on our door. Then, Xiao Han, the black-white child, and the fish seedling. Chapter 659. Just like that, Xiao Han, black and white child, and fish stem began to fly around the surrounding area. Ibdu, the black and white child's glabella opened up, and the light from the eye of the divine eagle shot out, scanning the area within a 20-mile radius. Meanwhile, Xiao Han unleashed his soul consciousness to the fullest, grasping every single movement within 80 miles. Hearing ants fight. So luck. The three of them probed as they flew. Before long, about 60 li away from Xiao Han, a team of immortals appeared on his left. There were more than 100 of them, and they were flying at a low altitude. Right now, they were very excited, and they were arguing fiercely with each other. Xiao Han smiled faintly and immediately shifted his attention. Everyone, now that we've separated from the Son of the Stars, we don't know what's right or wrong. What's right or wrong? If they followed Master Xianxia, they would die sooner or later. Perhaps there was some kind of irreconcilable enmity between Xiao Han and the Son of Star. It was only a matter of time before a battle broke out between Xiao Han and the Son of Stars. You've all seen Xiao Han's methods. Not to mention Xianxia, even the most outstanding person in our generation, Jianghu, is no match for Xiao Han. The scariest thing is that so many immortals have perished, but we don't even know how Xiao Han did it. Even so, now that I think about it, what the Son of the Stars said isn't completely unreasonable. It's not like Xiao Han won't kill us. We've parted ways with the Sons of the Stars, but there's no guarantee that Xiao Han won't kill us. After all, we were once allies with the Son of the Stars to deal with Xiao Han. Oh, actually. He hugged the Son of Star tightly. It's not impossible. All right. Stop being overcautious. He was being overcautious. Do you want to turn back? Go back to the Son of the Stars and form an alliance again? Wouldn't that make the Son of the Stars laugh at him? There's no turning back now. Either we hide, or we find Xiao Han and reconcile with him. Damn it! Back in the immortal world, we've always been nurtured and groomed. Even some of the old-timers in the sects have to treat us with respect. We actually have to bow down to a mortal. This is really grieving. What a shame. AI. There's nothing we can do about it. We are the chosen of the heavens, and mortals are the most lowly of things. Pigs, dogs, and ants want us to lower ourselves to curry favor with a mortal. Indeed, for us immortals, this is an enormous humiliation. When I return to the immortal world in the future, I'm also worried that I'll be punished by the sect elders. Yes, this matter concerns the honor of us immortals. If the sect punishes us, it's also reasonable. Say, don't worry about the punishment for now. Just pretend to be polite to Xiao Han and please him as much as possible. Wait until we enter the arena and obtain more fortuitous encounters, then we can deal with Xiao Han. Yes. First, please Xiao Han, make him believe us, and then slowly deal with him. Although he now has the means to kill immortals, mortals are still mortals, and immortals are still immortals. His potential in the later stages is definitely inferior to ours. The exploration of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure is progressing step by step. Right now, we're only at the 2nd level. There's still the 3rd level, and the core level, the 4th level. Level after level of training, level after level of fortuitous encounters, and level after level of unlocking potential. I don't believe that Xiao Han can't compare to us in terms of potential and opportunities. Yes. In the 2nd level, we lost to Xiao Han, this lowly mortal. We'll get back at him in the 3rd level. Isn't Xiao Han insufferably arrogant now? Alright, we'll bear with it for now. Wait until our potential is unlocked, or when we obtain even more terrifying treasures. At that time, we'll control Xiao Han. If we want him to die, then he'll die. If we want him to be crippled, then so be it. To us, treasures are an advantage. But to Xiao Han, it's a disadvantage. After all, he's immortal and can't truly control and refine treasures. Right now, he's walking the path of evil. Let's not talk about the exploration of the 3rd level. I reckon that in the arena after the preliminaries, someone will take care of him. The immortals were discussing among themselves. In fact, although they had decided to draw a clear line between themselves and Xianxia and had taken the initiative to seek reconciliation with Xiao Han, these immortals were all proud and arrogant. They looked down on mortals from the depths of their bones. Their intentions were very clear. They wanted to feign civility with Xiao Han first. Once they gained greater strength, they would definitely turn around and deal with Xiao Han. In the end, most immortals would never lower their heads to a mortal. Of course, the actions and words of these immortals were completely under Xiao Han's control. Heh. At this moment, Xiao Han was laughing coldly without end. What wishful thinking! First, they tricked me, Xiao Han, and then found a chance to turn against me. Good, very good. Originally, I, Xiao Han, could have spared some immortals' lives. After all, each area can only hold 100 people. The heavens are merciful, so I didn't have to kill all these immortals. But now, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with coldness. Not every immortal is as easy to get along with as Brother Jialan, Zi, and Yangzi. It seems that most immortals have a strong sense of superiority in their bones. They're forever divided and see mortals as pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, and ants. Since that's the case, I, Xiao Han, can only go on a killing spree and kill all the immortals. In the end, only I, Zi, and Yangzi will enter the arena in the 4th area. Xiao Han's killing intent grew even more resolute. Big brothers, there's a group of immortals ahead, more than 100 in number. Xiao Han's eyes flashed. Let's charge. Same rules, I'll first kill them until they're crippled, then you 2 big brothers will finish them off. All right. Yangzi and Zi laughed. Brother Xiao Han, you lead the charge. We'll follow close behind. I have the divine eagle's eye, so I can observe targets from afar. Light flashed between Zi's brows. The group of immortals, more than 100 in number, was flying away from the Son of Stars. Suddenly, immortals, what's the matter? Have you severed ties with the Son of Stars? Or perhaps, you're acting on the Son of Stars' orders. Are you out to hunt me? Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of the group of immortals. Xiao Han's black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes as bright as stars, and his lips curled into a harmless smile. His figure was slightly frail as he stood there. His aura didn't fluctuate in the slightest. It seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but it felt like an ancient well with an unfathomable depth. Xiao Han! The immortals on the other side began to shout. When the 100 immortals saw Xiao Han, their expressions changed in a myriad of ways. This was an instinctive expression and psychological reaction. There was panic, fear, and instant anger. There was killing intent, confusion, and anxiety. There was nervousness. However, after a breath's time, their expressions changed. They turned into smiles. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. We've been looking for you. Ha ha ha. Please don't be hostile toward us. Some of the immortals quickly hid the killing intent and disgust in their eyes and put on extremely polite smiles, as if they were old friends. Xiao Han said with a teasing smile. I remember that all of you were together with Master Xianxia yesterday, threatening to kill me. But today, you're telling me not to be hostile. TSK. TSK. Did all of you come up with some plan to kill me? Xiao Han sneered. Of course not. It's all a misunderstanding, brother Xiao Han. Some of the immortals said righteously. Before this, we were tricked and used by the Son of Stars. That's why we formed an alliance with him. Now we've all come to a sudden realization, and have seen through Master Xianxia's ugly face. Don't worry, brother Xiao Han. We've drawn a clear line between us and the Son of Stars. We're all willing to ally with you and help you deal with the Son of Stars. That's right. We've been sick of the Son of Stars' stubbornness for a long time. Brother Xiao Han, let's enter the arena together. Brother Xiao Han, we're all willing to make friends with you, a mortal. Although there's an insurmountable chasm between mortals and immortals, you're one of the most outstanding mortals. We're all willing to lower ourselves to befriend you. The immortals all began to brag and flatter Xiao Han without restraint, trying their best to befriend him and flatter him. If Xiao Han had heard their conversation beforehand, he would have been too embarrassed to kill them based on his principle of not hitting a smiling person. But now... Ah-ha-ha-ha! Xiao Han's mocking laughter cut through the chatter of the immortals. The immortals fell silent and turned to look at Xiao Han. The scene was rather quiet. Xiao Han said unhurriedly. Everyone, what you're saying is that you're going to pretend to be courteous with me and flatter me for a while. Then, when you have more fortunate encounters and can control me, you'll slowly torture me and kill me, right? Ha 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 ha. As soon as he said that, the immortals' expressions changed drastically. The next moment. This is no good. Attack. Fight. One of the immortals was quick to react. Knowing that he had been exposed, he immediately took out a celestial artifact to attack Xiao Han. At the same time, more than a dozen immortals reacted quickly and took out their immortal artifacts. However, their reactions were slower than Xiao Han's by at least half a beat. Xiao Han's soul and psychic power transformed into weapons to attack was a form of attack based on his thoughts. He didn't need to use any immortal arts or artifacts. It could be said that a soul attack, an attack on one's thoughts, was the fastest kind of attack. Therefore, before the immortals could unleash their attacks, Xiao Han's soul and psychic power daggers had already pierced their limbs and crippled them. For a time, wails of grief, cries of pain, curses, and pleas rose and fell, resounding through the entire space. But the next moment... Boom! Boom! The black-white child and Xianxia rushed out and swung their weapons, easily killing the immortals who'd been crippled by Xiao Han. The chaotic and noisy scene instantly cooled down and turned into silence. The aura of death was drifting in all directions. Another 100 killed. The black-white child looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han's gaze was fixed on the area where the Son of the Stars was, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Son of the Stars, it'll be your turn soon. Meanwhile, Master Xianxia and the immortals around him grew nervous again. Hovering in midair, they gazed into the distance at the area where Xiao Han had killed the immortals. Just now, they had also heard waves of tragic wails, and they had also felt the fleeting fluctuations of the battle over there. Big brother Xianxia. Xiao Han. Xiao Han is killing again. The immortals around Xianxia murmured despairingly. It's the same as all the other times. It only took a few breaths of time to end the battle. And judging from the ripples of the battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. The immortal who was slaughtered didn't even try to retaliate. Instant kill. Ha 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 ha. The star child threw his head back and roared. Those idiots! Damn it! They're asking for it. Ha 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 ha. I told you Xiao Han wouldn't let them go. How dare they leave me? Ha ha. How naive. What a bunch of naive fools. They're asking for it. As soon as he finished speaking, splat, 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 splat. 100 miles away, in another area, the aftermath of the battle also rose up. They vanished in a flash as well, followed by the agonized cries of many immortals on the brink of death. Another group has died. Master Xianxia's body began to tremble as he let out a piercing shriek. Xiao Han, come on, come out. I, the Star Child, am right here. Do you dare come out and fight? Let's fight. Don't hide your head and show your tail. Let's fight. Fight to the death. After killing one group of immortals, Xiao Han, the Black and White Child, and Xianxia soon discovered another group of immortals and killed them. As a result, Xiao Han had killed 2 groups of immortals in an extremely short amount of time, amounting to nearly 300. As a result, there were only slightly more than 400 immortals left in the 4th zone. To be continued. Chapter 660. Xiao Han slaughtered immortals again and again. He didn't show any mercy at all. Ibdu. Xiao Han knew of the enmity in these immortals' bones. If he didn't kill them today, there would be trouble in the future. That was why these immortals thought themselves clever and tried to sever their ties with Xianxia to make peace with Xiao Han. That was a fool's dream, seeking their own deaths. If all the immortals remained united with Xianxia, Xiao Han wouldn't be able to make a move. He had to find a way to break them up and kill them one by one. That saved Xiao Han a lot of trouble. Now, apart from the 200 immortals with Xianxia, there were only 200 immortals left outside. They were like wandering ghosts. Bang! 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 Dozens of immortals were killed by Xiao Han's soul and mental energy daggers. They were reduced to ashes. Brother Xiao Han, we've also destroyed 3 groups of immortals today. Black-White Child and Xianxia stood at Xiao Han's sides excitedly. In the past few days of fighting against Xianxia, the ones who had benefited the most weren't Xiao Han, but Black-White Child and Xianxia. Their points had increased, and they had accumulated more and more treasures in their bodies. Their refinement power was also abundant. Now, each of them had refined a defensive celestial artifact. Black-White Child and Xianxia had refined 2 immortal treasures, one for offense and one for defense. They complemented each other and could both attack and defend at the same time. When I was in the lower realm, I only wanted to gain a little from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Even a few low-quality treasures were great gains. Even if I didn't get anything, I could see the world. I could return to the immortal world alive. It was also a gain. But now, Xianxia was trembling with excitement. He subconsciously patted his dantian. I never imagined that I could obtain so many immortal weapons and magic treasures, spirit pills and immortal medicines, and supreme-grade immortal art manuals. If I return to the immortal world, with these magic treasures, it's enough to start a small sect. Of course, most of the immortal weapons and magic treasures will be offered to my sect. All right, Xianxia, don't get carried away. Black-White Child reminded. The exploration is far from over. This is only the 2nd level. The further we go, the more dangerous it will be. This time, we were just lucky to receive Brother Xiao Han's full support. That was why he had such a fortuitous encounter and returned with great rewards. If he hadn't met Brother Xiao Han, we've died a long time ago, and we've become someone else's points. Fish seedlings, it's most important to stay calm. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately replied in a serious manner. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Big Brother Hazy. After a pause, Fish Rib looked at Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, are we going to kill the Son of Stars right now? There are still some scattered immortals in the 4th region. Let's get rid of them first, Xiao Han said confidently. In any case, there are still over 10 days until the end of the 4th region's preliminaries. We can still play with that Son of the Stars. Ha 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 ha. Black and White Child and Xianxia laughed out loud. Let's go. Continue hunting. Xiao Han's psyche power spread out and found that about 70 miles to the west, Another team of immortals had appeared. There were a few dozen of them. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han, Black and White Child, and Xianxia stealthily pounced on them. The process of the massacre was exactly the same as before. Almost as soon as the immortals reacted, Xiao Han's spiritual daggers had already pierced through their immortal bodies. They couldn't resist at all. After the immortals died, all they left behind were their blood-curdling screams and howls of despair. The ones suffering the most were none other than the Son of Stars and the 200 or so immortals around him. As Xiao Han killed the fleeing immortals, the ripples of slaughter and the despairing cries of the immortals reached them from afar. The Son of Stars and the immortals around him could hear them clearly. The death of each immortal caused the Son of Stars and the others to grieve for the loss of their own kind, and their hearts grew increasingly desolate. The Son of Stars' face was as white as a sheet, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Calm down. I have to calm down. I, the Son of Stars, can't lose my composure in this moment of life and death. In this moment of life and death, Xianxia forcibly steadied his mind, continuously thinking of a plan to deal with Xiao Han. If I panic, I'll die for sure. I'll be killed by that bastard Xiao Han. I have to think of a way to turn the tide and turn defeat into victory. The Son of Stars lived up to his reputation as one of the best of the younger generation in the world of immortals. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in a short time. Xiao Han is very fast when he kills. Speed is a huge advantage for him. Moreover, based on the current situation, his attacks can easily break through the defenses of level 2 true immortals. He's fast and can break through defenses. The Son of Stars immediately grasped something in his mind. The reason he can break through defenses is because Xiao Han comes and goes like a shadow. His attacks are too fast. That way, every time he kills an immortal, he can take advantage of the moment they're unprepared. In other words, when Xiao Han attacks, the immortals don't have time to fortify their defenses. That's right. I got it. The Son of Stars' eyes lit up. Regardless of whether Xiao Han attacks us or not, we need to fortify our defenses first. That way, we'll be prepared in advance. No matter how fast Xiao Han's attacks are, he won't be able to break through our defenses in an instant. If Xiao Han can't break through our defenses quickly, we'll have enough time to kill him. Immortals only need a tenth of a breath to kill mortals. That's more than enough time. The Son of Stars seemed to have regained some of his confidence. Listen up. We won't just sit here and wait for our deaths. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Those who have defensive immortal treasures, summon them at once. Those who don't have defensive immortal treasures, summon your shields. Those who have defensive immortal treasures or talismans in their dantians, refine them with your power of refinement. As soon as he finished speaking, the Son of Stars mobilized his immortal chi and formed a protective barrier around all the immortals present. Of course, maintaining this barrier consumed a huge amount of immortal energy. However, at this moment where life and death hung by a thread, Xianxia didn't care about that at all. As he activated the barrier, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his ring of holding. They were spirit medicines to replenish his immortal power. The Son of Stars roared. Don't be stingy with your medicinal pills. Don't hesitate to use your immortal power to activate the barrier. Then, replenish your immortal chi and power with spirit medicines at any time. Hold on. The Son of Stars had his own wishful thinking. There were still more than 10 days until the end of the preliminaries. As long as he could hold on until the last day, and as long as he wasn't killed by Xiao Han, he would be able to slaughter some of the immortals around him, leaving only a few dozen people alive. That way, he and Xiao Han would be able to teleport them out of the 4th region and enter the arena. At least they'd be able to survive. Like the Son of Stars, the immortals no longer cared about the consumption of immortal chi and power. Their bodies glowed with immortal light as they summoned their immortal chi barriers. Some summoned defensive immortal armor, while others burned group barrier talismans. Some obeyed Master Xing's instructions and began to gather the power of refinement in their Dantian regions, which they had originally planned to use to refine the immortal tools they desired, and used it to forge defensive immortal talismans. In an instant, the area was completely filled with layers of defensive immortal formations and immortal weapons. The glazed immortal light soared into the sky, causing the space in the area to solidify and harden. It felt like it was impregnable. As a result, the dispirited immortals seemed to have regained their confidence. What a brilliant plan, Big Brother Star. Xiao Han won't be able to break through our defenses so quickly. The immortals burst into laughter. The Son of Stars let out a long sigh of relief, then roared, "Xiao Han! Son of a bitch! You lowly son of a bitch! You lowly thing! Come and kill us! Fight me if you have the guts! Xiao Han! Vile creature!" For the time being, Xiao Han didn't plan on killing the Son of Stars. He, the black-white children, and Xianxia continued to hunt down the remaining immortals. There were very few immortals in the fourth zone who hadn't joined forces with the Son of Stars. There were only about 200 of them. Moreover, they didn't seem to be very united. They were scattered into many groups and roamed the fourth zone, desperately sending out signals and shouting to reconcile with Xiao Han and get along well with him. They even said a lot of obsequious things to curry favor with Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han wasn't moved at all. He released his soul and psyche to search the area. In just a few hours, all of the scattered immortals were killed by Xiao Han. The entire fourth zone was dead silent. "Brother Xiao Han, we've killed all the other immortals except for the Son of Stars group." The black-white children and Xianxia rushed over to Xiao Han's left and right. "Brother Xiao, should we fight the Son of Stars to the death now?" After a pause, the black-white children frowned slightly. "But Brother Xiao, there's something strange going on with the Son of Stars. Let's go take a look." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Han flew toward the Son of Stars. The black-white children and Xianxia followed close behind. About 40 kilometers away from the Son of Stars, Xiao Han and the other two came to a stop. It was dusk, and the Son of Stars area was filled with immortal light that resembled fishes and dragons swimming in the sky. The immortal light formed a tight protective barrier. There were also traces of immortal treasures, formations, and burning talismans. What a powerful defense! It's practically impregnable. Xianxia clicked his tongue. "This, Brother Xiao, it looks like the Son of Stars intends to defend to the death." The black-white children frowned. "He's set up a turtle shell." Chapter 661. Apart from Xianxia and the 200 or so immortals around him, the rest of the scattered immortals in the fourth zone had all died at Xiao Han's hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vast fourth zone appeared especially empty and cold, exuding the aura of a grave. This was the grave of immortals. Every inch of space was filled with the heroism, resentment, unwillingness, and ghosts of fallen immortals. In other words, there were originally nearly 40,000 immortals in the fourth region. Such a number of immortals could form a small sect in the immortal world. However, at this moment, such a large number of immortals had withered away, leaving only about 200 people. This really showed the cruelty and tragedy of exploring immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure to the fullest. There was a feeling of natural selection to the extreme. Xiao Han, the black-white child, and Xianxia focused their gazes on where Xianxia and the other immortals were. In the dusk, the area where Xianxia and the other immortals were located was shrouded in an immortal glow. Rays of light were like pillars, magnificent and magnificent. Many defensive auras were being emitted, dyeing the sky in a strange and bizarre manner. Boom! Another ray of godly light burst out from the area, which turned into the shadow of a shield. It was engraved with many immortal formations, all of which were defensive in nature. "Oh!" Xiao Han nodded slightly as he watched. His soul and psyche rippled over from afar, carefully inspecting the area. "I see. Xianxia and the immortals around him are determined to defend to the death. They've all ignited their immortal qi and dispersed their defensive barriers. Some are burning defensive immortal talismans. Some are even summoning defensive immortal treasures. A few immortals are sitting cross-legged, traces of refinement flowing through their bodies. They're probably refining some defensive immortal treasure." Xiao Han had complete control over the situation, as if he were reading the lines on his palm. "What a powerful defense," Black-White Child said with focused eyes. "Even a level 3 true immortal can't penetrate this defense in an instant. Even a level 4 true immortal couldn't break through the defense in an instant. A level 5 true immortal might be able to, but he couldn't tear it apart in an instant." This son of Xianxia had set up the defense in advance, and had even consumed his immortal qi and immortal power to support the defensive shield. In this way, they would definitely be hiding like turtles. Being forced to this extent by Brother Xiao Han, this kind of thing. Once news of this reaches the world of immortals, The heavenly court will be shaken and the immortal emperors will be watching. Xianxia murmured. Burning immortal energy to raise up a defensive barrier is a huge consumption. Brother Xiaohan, even if we don't take the initiative to attack, they'll run out of immortal energy sooner or later. At that time, they won't be able to use their immortal items anymore. Otherwise, we'll just wait for them to run out of immortal qi. There were still more than 10 days until the end of the fourth zone's preliminaries. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Even if Xianxia and the others had medicinal pills to replenish immortal power and immortal treasures, they had to consume immortal qi to set up defenses at all times. Their demand for medicinal pills must be terrifying. Sooner or later, they'll run out of pills, immortal qi, and food. It's wishful thinking to defend to the death. Black-White Child nodded repeatedly when he heard Xianxia's words. Brother Xiao, there's no hurry. We can either wait for Xianxia and the others to run out of resources, or wait for them to relax and reveal a hole in their defenses. We have plenty of time anyway. Heh. Xiaohan rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. Of course I'm not in a hurry. However, I won't waste time with them today. I'll rest for the night and come back tomorrow morning to plot to kill Xianxia. In short, Xianxia is dead for sure. No matter what tricks he uses, I'll kill him. Then, Xiaohan, Black-White Child, and Xianxia found a random valley, lit a bonfire, and rested. Of course, the place they chose was close to Xianxia and within Xiaohan's range of surveillance. Therefore, he could keep track of Xianxia's every move at any time. Over at Xianxia's side. Boom, 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 boom. Immortal light surged. Every immortal had dragon and phoenix immortal qi rippling on their bodies, rolling and steaming. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia took out medicinal pills to replenish his lost immortal qi and popped them into his mouth. Let's see if Xiaohan dares to come after us with our defenses. After a brief pause, a vicious gleam appeared in Master Xianxia's eyes. Even if Xiaohan attacks from a distance, outside of the range of our immortal sense, I'll still be able to locate him in a split second. That way, I'll be able to unleash my offensive immortal tool, Shatterspace, and kill Xiaohan from a distance. Xianxia looked at the immortals whose immortal auras were gradually dimming and shouted. All of you, take the medicinal pills to replenish the loss of immortal energy. Don't be reluctant to use it. Fortify the defense. Reinforce the defense at all times. The immortals took out pills from their storage rings and swallowed them as well. However, some of the immortals wept bitterly. Big brother Xianxia, these medicinal pills are extremely precious. We don't have many with us. If we keep using them like this, I'm afraid. Besides, it's a huge drain on our defensive immortal tools. That's right, Big brother Xianxia. We're burning our immortal qi to reinforce the defense at all times. Most importantly, we don't have enough medicinal pills to last until the last day of the preliminaries. There's no way we can last until the end. What we fear the most is that Xiaohan won't attack us at all. If that happens, he'll be invincible. Once we run out of immortal qi, he'll come and reap our lives with ease. The immortals began to clamor. Shut up, all of you. Master Xianxia growled with a dark expression. I know what you're talking about, Xianxia said. But Xiaohan is unstoppable. You know it too. Those immortals who left us. Xiaohan killed every single one of them. If we don't set up defenses in advance, we'll be dead for sure. We have no choice but to take a gamble. There's no other way. After a pause, Master Xianxia looked up at the sparse stars in the sky and murmured, The immortal emperor is watching over us. I hope Xiaohan will attack as soon as possible. And fight to the death with us. Early the next morning, Xiaohan, the black and white children, and Xianxia hovered in the air. They were observing the suns of stars. In fact, even though Xiaohan had been resting throughout the night, he had spared some of his attention to keep an eye on the sun of the stars at all times. Hee. As expected. Xiaohan nodded with a smile. The sons of stars and the others have maintained their best defense for the entire night. They haven't relaxed at all. It seems they're going to defend to the death. After a pause, Xiaohan's lips curled into a devilish smile. I believe that they must be feeling extremely anxious in their hearts. They hope that I will be able to charge through and fight with them. The black and white children also smiled. That's right, Brother Xiao Han. The longer you don't attack, the more their immortal qi will be consumed. They're in a completely disadvantageous situation. Forget it, Xiao Han said with a smile. Let the Sons of Stars and the others worry for a few more days. Let them suffer. Brothers, let's rest for a few days. We won't take the initiative to attack during this time. The black and white children and Xianxia both laughed. All right. Let's torture the Sons of Stars a little. As expected, Xiao Han and the others bided their time for the entire day. Meanwhile, on the Sons of Stars side. At night. Why isn't Xiao Han attacking? Why isn't Xiao Han attacking us? Xiao Han seems to have seen through our plan. He knows we're consuming our immortal qi. As expected, the immortals were growing more and more anxious and tormented. The Son of Stars trembled with fear. How many more days can we hold out? How many more days can we hold out with our resources? Xiao Han, why aren't you attacking? Are we destined to die here? I refuse to accept this. I, the Son of Stars, am a peerless genius. Even an immortal emperor once praised me. I came to immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure to temper myself and build a foundation for my breakthrough to the immortal emperor realm. I can't die like this. The Tao of Heaven won't allow me to die at the hands of a mortal. However, no matter how anxious the Sons of Stars and the other immortals were, Xiao Han didn't move at all. For the next few days, Xiao Han, the black and white children, and Xianxia passed their days with ease, completely ignoring the Sons of Stars' movements. They merely observed, and didn't take the initiative to attack. Over the past few days, Xiao Han had also noticed that the Sons of the Stars and the others hadn't let their guard down even for a moment. Their immortal qi remained at its peak, and showed no signs of withering. Of course, this exuberance was a false phenomenon. The more exuberant it was, the more it meant that the Sons of Stars and the other immortals were consuming more and closer to death. There were only 11 days left until the end of the preliminaries. Finally, the Sons of Stars couldn't hold it in any longer. He knew that they could hold out for another 2 days at most. The medicinal pills that more than 200 immortals had brought with them to replenish their immortal qi were about to run out. What do we do, Big Brother Stars? What do we do now? This is bad. We're running out of immortal qi. The day we run out of immortal qi is the day Xiao Han attacks. Disaster is upon us. Big Brother Stars, we're on the brink of annihilation. The immortals were terrified. All of them were on the verge of tears. Ugh! Shut up! The Sons of Stars were on the verge of going berserk. Now scold them all. Curse Xiao Han. Curse him. Cursing and cursing in the vilest language. Provoke Xiao Han into action. Curse him. In the face of death, this mighty genius from the immortal world had come up with such a strategy that completely lost his bearing as an immortal. Soon, the Sons of Stars were the first to throw their heads back and roar. Xiao Han! You son of a bitch! You lowly ant! Scum! You're cowardly and petty. You're pathetic. Do you dare to fight me? If you don't, you're worse than a pig or a dog. The Sons of Stars' eyes were bloodshot, and he had lost all rationality. Upon hearing Master Xianxia's words, the immortals under his command also let loose a torrent of vulgar words that sounded like street slang. Xiao Han, you son of a bitch! Xiao Han! You son of a bitch! Xiao Han! I curse your descendants, generation after generation, to be the most lowly, filthiest things. Men are thieves and women are prostitutes. Curses came one after another. Shockingly, right at that moment, a saber light flashed across the sky. The shadow of a primordial dragon could be seen in the saber light. It could destroy the 9 provinces, crush the stars, and sweep through the world. A domineering pressure of the saber Tao descended from the sky. It could crush the heavens. Heh! I'd planned to let you guys live for a few more days, but since you're so eager to die, I'll get rid of you in advance. Do you think you can stop me, Xiao Han, with that little bit of defense? Ah! Xiao Han's voice came from afar, pressing down on them. All around, there was an abrupt silence. The immortals' curses came to an abrupt halt. It was as if they'd been suppressed by a tremendous pressure. Xiao Han had finally appeared. All of you must die. To be continued. Chapter 662. Xianxia and the other 200 immortals burned their immortal qi to create defensive barriers and artifacts. It took a lot of energy to set up an impenetrable defense, ready to fight to the death with Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han still hadn't shown up. Their resources were running low by the day. In the last moments, Xianxia and the other immortals lost all their poise and cursed Xiao Han, hoping to provoke him into showing himself. Of course, they didn't have much confidence in the goading method. Even Xianxia himself thought, given Xiao Han's craftiness, he won't be provoked into accepting the challenge. However, just as Xianxia and the other immortals were having the most fun, Xiao Han showed up. Xiao. Saber light flashed. Xiao Han was already several hundred meters away from Xianxia and the other immortals. Xiao Han and the immortals were facing off. The immortals who'd been cursing Xiao Han immediately fell silent and gaped at him. They hadn't expected Xiao Han to really show up. And now, Xiao Han. With a thought, Xiao Han withdrew the domineering saber aura into the solidified psychic power planet in his sea of consciousness. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's body became extremely calm and stable. Xiao Han looked indifferently at Xianxia and the others. Of course, the solidified psychic power planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness was highly condensed. His natal saber aura had evolved into a primordial dragon. With a single thought from Xiao Han's mind, the saber aura would follow Xiao Han's thoughts and slash forward. The boots of speed on his feet were also ready to go at any time. In reality, Xiao Han wasn't provoked into charging over recklessly. Xiao Han was well aware that his soul and mental power had transformed into a dagger. Its ultimate attack power could instantly kill an unsuspecting level 2 true immortal. However, Master Xianxia and the other immortals had set up a tortoiseshell in advance. This way, the soul and mental power dagger would lose its advantage in sneak attacks and would not be able to break through the layers of defense. If Xiao Han's trump card had only been his psychic daggers and his speed, he wouldn't have been provoked to reveal himself. He would have waited until Master Xing and the other immortals ran out of energy, then come out and start a massacre. But Xiao Han's strongest trump card was Saber Qi. He had obtained a little bit of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's Dao of the Blade. Saber Qi after transforming into a dragon. For Xiao Han, the lethality of the Saber Qi and Saber Intent was definitely greater than the Soul Mind Dagger. When Xiao Han absorbed all the mental energy in the solid mental energy star and infused it into his life Saber Qi, he slashed out. Even Xiao Han did not dare to imagine the might of this attack. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's Dao of the Blade was immortal and supreme. It was a Dao of the Blade that could destroy all techniques. It was a Dao that could ignore all defenses and kill with one strike. Xiao Han was confident that he could use his natal Saber Qi to slay these despicable immortals. He hadn't made a move earlier not to wear down Master Xianxia and the other immortals' immortal Qi, but just to amuse them. Master Xianxia, Xiao Han said coolly. I thought that immortals should have a transcendent demeanor, aloof from worldly affairs, and free to ride cranes. But I was wrong. You immortals are like a bunch of dogs. Mad dogs. Ha 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 ha, you still want to bite me? I was just teasing you a few days ago. Ha 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 ha. Did you really think that I couldn't break through your so-called impregnable defense? What a joke. Since you don't want to play anymore, then let it all end. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. The final battle will end with the death of you immortals, and I, Xiao Han, will tread on the corpses of immortals to emerge from the 4th region's preliminaries and enter the arena. Ha 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 ha. The Master Xianxia suddenly burst into thunderous laughter. This laughter was extremely hysterical and crazy. It was as if all the anger, hatred, fear, and panic that had accumulated in his heart had been vented to his heart's content. Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. You're so stupid. Our immortal qi was about to run out. If you'd hold up for a few more days and waited until we ran out of food and ammunition, you could have easily killed us. But you, ha ha ha, you're still lacking in shrewdness. You couldn't take the provocation and charged out. Xiao Han, you're dead for sure. You don't know how to endure. Heh. Xiao Han laughed indifferently. Shrewdness? Patience? Yes, I'll endure when I'm not strong enough. But now that I'm strong enough to kill you, why should I? I, Xiao Han, am not one to beat around the bush. Shut up. The Master Xianxia's expression turned cold. Xiao Han, You're not only stupid, you're also too conceited. You're just a mortal, yet you're threatening to kill hundreds of immortals right in front of our faces. Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. Xiao Han, you've been killing immortals with sneak attacks. You've been using all sorts of despicable methods, like a thief. You think I don't know that your method of killing immortals relies on the speed of your attacks to kill immortals in an instant? But if the immortals set up defenses in advance, you won't be able to do anything. Now, we have more than 200 immortals here, and we're all on the defensive. We're huddled together, and our defenses are at their peak. Even if a level 5 true immortal were to descend, he wouldn't be able to break through our defenses so easily. Xiao Han, it's not that I, the Master Xianxia, am looking down on you, but there's no way a mortal's attack can surpass a level 5 true immortals. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Han, we can kill you in the blink of an eye. Now, we'll let you attack first. Ha 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 ha, when your attacks fail, that's when you'll die. At that moment, shio, 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 wisps of immortal glow were fired and locked onto Xiao Han's figure. Even if Xiao Han immediately used his speed to escape, he would still be instantly attacked by the immortals. However, Xiao Han's figure did not move at all. It seemed like he had no intention of escaping. Currently, Xiao Han was all alone, hovering in the air with his hands empty. There was not the slightest ripple of energy coming from his body, not even a hint of killing intent. Meanwhile, on the Master Xianxia's side, the immortals had unleashed all sorts of immortal lights, immortal weapons, and immortal talismans. Layers upon layers of illusionary light formed a cocoon of light. It was extremely difficult to penetrate the cocoon of light. It was almost the perfect defense. The immortals inside the cocoon of light had gained some confidence. Initially, Xiao Han was like a ghost when he slaughtered immortals. It was extremely strange, and it became the source of the immortals' fear. Now that Xiao Han had shown up, the immortals felt a sense of superiority. Indeed, Xiao Han looked like an ordinary mortal martial artist. It was hard to imagine that a mortal like him could pose a threat to immortals. Xiao Han, you've slaughtered immortals, and now, your path has come to an end. You'll be beheaded and executed. Xiao Han, you've killed so many immortals, it's too many to count. Killing you today will be letting you off easy. But don't worry, once we get out of here, we'll kill all the mortals related to you. They'll be joining you soon enough. Xiao Han, come and attack me. I'd like to see how you're going to break through our defenses. Not far away, the black and white suns and Xianxia were hovering in the air. Their hearts were completely tensed up. They were suffocating with nervousness. Big brother Black and White, do you think brother Xiao Han can kill the Sons of Stars and the others? After all, the defenses of the Sons of Stars and the others are too solid. The black and white suns looked into the distance. Brother Xiao Han is a strange person. His performance in the fourth zone is perfect. Even big brother Jianghu couldn't do what brother Xiao Han has done. Brother Xiao Han has complete control over the fourth zone. I believe that brother Xiao Han only attacked because he's confident. Let's wait and see if brother Xiao Han can create another miracle. Xiao Han, come at me. The Sons of Stars bared their fangs and laughed wildly. The moment you attack is the moment of your death. Ha 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 ha. I've treated you well, haven't I? I'll let you die at the most intense moment of your life. Ha 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 ha. Come at me. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. In his sea of consciousness, the solid mental power planet suddenly condensed. Hong, all the mental strength gushed out like a tide, and the natal saber chi swallowed all the mental strength like a whale drawing water. As a result, the natal saber energy became incomparably powerful. Whoosh, 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 streaks of sharp saber chi gushed out from the pores and cells of Xiao Han's body. In an instant, a funnel-shaped aura field was formed. Under the influence of this aura field, the air and space in the surroundings were completely squeezed out, forming a vacuum zone. Xiao Han's black hair moved despite the absence of wind. His aura went from calm to dazzling. His eyes were like a sovereign descending upon the world. Not good. Something's wrong. The Sons of Stars suddenly felt a premonition of imminent danger. It was a kind of intuition. Moreover, the saber energy flowing out of Xiao Han's body was formless and tangible. It pierced through the light cocoons of the immortals and cut into their bodies, sending chills down their spines. Kill! Attack! There's something strange about this Xiao Han. The sons of stars let out a wail as if their parents had died. He took out the Taiji symbol and prepared to attack Xiao Han. He didn't dare let Xiao Han make the first move. In the blink of an eye. Die, all of you! Xiao Han let out a roar. Rumble! A thick saber chi directly blasted out from between Xiao Han's eyebrows. The saber energy twisted a few times and transformed into a primordial dragon, covered in thick scales and emitting a terrifying, domineering aura of the great wilderness. Like a living creature, it tore through a group of immortals and devoured everything in its path. The saber energy turned into a dragon. After transforming into a dragon, the saber energy contained an unparalleled truth of saber Dao. It contained the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Vortexes of saber energy filled the world. Time and space seemed to have frozen. Saber energy flashed. The dragon-shaped saber energy tore through the defensive light cocoons of Xianxia and the other immortals. The next moment, under the control of Xiao Han's mind and soul, the dragon-shaped saber energy instantly disintegrated into tens of thousands of saber beams, which slashed down on the bodies of Xianxia and the other immortals. Bang! 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 One by one, the immortals exploded like fireworks, their immortal bodies shattered. Xiao Han, you monster! Ah! The sons of stars howled in pain as their immortal bodies were cut into thousands of pieces. Dead. The sons of stars were dead. To be continued, S. Chapter 663. Xiao Han had finally unleashed his trump card. A dragon formed from saber chi that contained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber Dao. This was the first time Xiao Han had used this slash against an enemy. It was a slash that contained all his comprehension of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's jade plate of inheritance, as well as the power of his soul and mind. Even Xiao Han himself had no idea how powerful this slash would be. However, when Xiao Han slashed out with his saber, he completely forgot about himself and his surroundings. His heart was filled with the stubbornness and dominance of the saber. There was no turning back. There was no turning back. One slash killed 100 immortals. The Son of Stars had fallen. The 200 immortals around the Son of Stars had fallen as well. The death of the immortals caused the immortal energy shields they had erected to crumble. Even some of the immortal items they had summoned were damaged, and were now ownerless, falling to the ground in all directions. The huge area was filled with colorful lights and colorful auras. It was a spectacular sight. At the same time, whoosh, 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 countless points, immortal weapons, and power of refinement surged into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's points rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more treasures appeared in his dantian. The power of refinement gathered too, forming a magnificent, gentle and flawless river. The power of refinement reached a certain part of Xiao Han's dantian, allowing him to draw it out for his own use. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to use the power of refinement to break through the jade plate of inheritance. The power of refinement required for the jade plate of inheritance was too enormous. A tiny bit of it would be like a drop in the ocean, and would not be able to break through the layers of will and divine sense on the surface of the jade plate of inheritance. Therefore, Xiao Han had to accumulate. He had to accumulate enough power of refinement. The points above Xiao Han's head had already reached 311 million. With such a score, not to mention taking first place in the 4th region, even among the 10 major regions, it would definitely be second to none, and no one would be able to match it. More than 30,000 treasures were operating in his dantian. There were all kinds of magic treasures. Once Xiao Han ascended and became an immortal, he could use the magical treasures stored in his dantian to establish a small sect and recruit countless young immortals. Of course, the immortal weapons and dharma treasures in Xiao Han's body couldn't be considered Xiao Han's. If Xiao Han's body was destroyed by other immortals in the upcoming exploration, all the dharma treasures would fall out. Phew! The 4th area's qualifiers have finally ended. Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. Next, it's the arena competition. I wonder if Brother Jialan, Sect Master, and the other senior brothers have distinguished themselves in their respective areas. I hope to see them soon. After fighting for so many days in the 4th region, when the dust finally settled, Xiao Han really wanted to see his friends and family, however. Woo! All of a sudden, Xiao Han's body trembled and his vision went black. The tide-like tiredness and weakness instantly assaulted him. Xiao Han couldn't stand still and fell straight down. Oh no, that slash just now exhausted all of my soul and mental strength. I'm completely exhausted. Xiao Han cursed inwardly. He looked inside himself and found that the solid mental power star was shriveled and condensed into a small ball. It was extremely dim. At this moment, Brother Xiao Han, Black White and Xianxia rushed over at the first moment. Black White hurried over to support Xiao Han. The two immortals swept their gazes and found the sky full of broken corpses of immortals. They were extremely shocked. Xianxia and the other immortals were instantly killed by Brother Xiao Han. Xianxia's face was pale from shock. All right, Xianxia, don't be long-winded. Take care of Brother Xiao Han first, Black White said immediately. However, Black White's voice was also trembling and hoarse. He couldn't keep calm at all. Supported by Black White and Xianxia, Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately took out the bottle of psychic great mending pills, took out a few of them, and swallowed them. As soon as the pills entered his mouth, they turned into a torrent that surged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness and nourished the shriveled solid mental power star. Xiao Han's spirit rose slightly. He said hastily, "Don't worry, big brothers. I'm just a bit exhausted. That move just now squeezed out all of my psychic power and used up all of my natal saber chi. But it doesn't matter. I only need to take the psychic great mending pills and rest for a few days." "All right, Brother Xiao Han," Black White said hastily. "You're invincible. You killed all the immortals in the 4th region and won the battle against the Xianxia. You only exhausted your psychic power. Just rest for a few days. There's still some time before the 4th region's preliminaries end." At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice suddenly rang out. "Adventurers of the 4th region, after 100 days of fighting and competition, you've finally survived. Oh, there are only 3 adventurers. How cruel. I didn't think that the 4th region would be the cruelest among the 10 regions. Only 3 out of 100 places. How tragic. However, the benefits that the 3 of you have obtained are also extremely great. Each of you have obtained more points, magical equipment, and refining power than the adventurers from other regions. Now, there are only 11 days left until the end of the preliminaries. You can choose whether you want to leave the 4th region immediately or rest for a few days." As soon as he finished speaking, boom! A spatial portal flickering with ancient patterns immediately appeared in the void above the 4th region. "Big brothers," Xiao Han said with a relaxed expression, "once we pass through this spatial portal, we'll be able to leave the 4th region and enter the next round of the matches." His sea of consciousness continued to absorb energy from the psychic great mending pills, and his psychic power began to recover. "There's no hurry. We'll leave after Brother Xiao Han has finished recuperating," Black and White Tiger and Xianxia said in unison. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Thus, the 3 of them found a beautiful place with green mountains and clear waters, and rested quietly. Xiao Han sat cross-legged under a pine tree. His whole body was surrounded by psychic power, and he put psychic great mending pills into his mouth one by one. A few days later, outside the 4th region, 10 ancient platforms were suspended in the sky above the endless abyss. At this moment, there were either mortals or immortals standing on 9 of the 10 platforms. These were the candidates from the 9 regions that had emerged from the preliminaries of the 10 regions and entered the arena. Jia Lanzi, Tao Tai, Wu ***, Yan Lang, Xiaoming Chu, Dongfang Qin, Feng Ling. They were all standing on their respective platforms. Now, only the 4th platform was empty. This indicated that the preliminaries of the 4th region had not ended yet. At that moment, on the platforms filled with immortals and mortals, some people were staring at the empty 4th platform and whispering to each other. Some were sitting cross-legged, and the light of refinement rose from their bodies. They could not help but show joy on their faces. These people were refining the magic treasures stored in their dantians. The competition in the preliminaries was too intense, and every second counted. As a result, some mortals and immortals didn't even have time to activate their refining power, so they had to refine their Dharma treasures one after another. Now that they were about to enter the arena, they had to seize the time to refine the Dharma treasures they fancied, in order to master more power. Boom! 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 Streaks of magnificent multicolored and immortal light shot up into the sky. Ha ha ha! Finally! I've successfully refined the second immortal weapon. I've already controlled 4 immortal weapons, and my combat power is unimaginable. I'm not afraid of any opponent in the arena. Ha 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 ha. Within each ray of immortal light was an immortal weapon, floating and sinking. A large number of immortals and a small number of mortals were controlling the immortal weapons one after another. As for Jianghu, Taomei, Wu Yu, and the others, their attention was completely focused on the 4th platform, and they were rapidly communicating with each other. Why hasn't junior brother Xiaohan come out yet? There are only a few days left before the preliminaries end. The 4th platform is still quiet. What's going on? Xiao Mingchu was burning with anxiety. Jia Lanzi was also full of worry. Brother Xiao is almost certainly in the 4th region, but the days are passing, and if Brother Xiao still can't break out of the encirclement, when the time limit is up, everyone will be wiped out. At the same time, some other immortals and mortals were discussing the empty 4th platform. The competition in the 4th region is too fierce, isn't it? The other 9 regions have already decided on the spots, so we, the victors, were sent out in advance. Even in the 4th region, there are still fierce battles. You can imagine the intensity of the battles. It's unimaginable. I heard that the mortal Xiao Han has snuck into the 4th region with tens of thousands of immortals. I'm afraid the so-called number 1 mortal genius is doomed. There are only 5 days left before the 100 days of the preliminaries end. In my opinion, the 4th region is likely to be wiped out. Why do you care so much? Killing all the immortals in the 4th region, including the mortal Xiao Han, will only bring us benefits and no harm. I can't wait to participate in the arena. Ahaha. In the preliminaries, I've had many fortuitous encounters. When I reach the next level of the arena, I'll be like a fish in water, reaping endless rewards. Yes. I've only refined 3 of the thousands of treasures in my body, and the rest require a huge amount of refining power. Now I can't wait to participate in the arena and fight to obtain more refining power. 4 days until the end of the preliminaries. 3 days until the end of the preliminaries. 2 days until the end of the preliminaries. Inside the 4th region. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, after recuperating these days, I've consumed many great spirit-nourishing pills. Now, I've perfectly replenished the spirit strength that I've lost, allowing my solid spirit star to reach its peak state. Xiao Han said joyfully. Yes, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, the withered solid mind power planet was now full and round. It had regained its glorious, glass-like luster, flawless and flawless. This caused Xiao Han's entire mental appearance to be renewed, as if he had been reborn. Brother Xiao Han, let's go out now. Black White and Yu Yongzi said eagerly, standing on Xiao Han's left and right. Let's go. Brothers, let's go out. To the arena. Xiao Han said in high spirits. Although the immortals participating in the arena are all outstanding and have refined powerful magic treasures and immortal weapons, why should I, Xiao Han, be afraid? Go out. Chapter 664. After consuming a series of mind-replenishing pills, Xiao Han's listless, solid mind power star in his sea of consciousness finally recovered its vitality. It was brimming with vitality. In this way, Xiao Han, Heibai Zi, and Yu Lang Zi finally passed through the space door one day before the end of the preliminaries, and officially entered the arena. At the same time, no matter if it was the immortals or mortals who were discussing animatedly on the 9 platforms, or the immortals or mortals who were refining their magic treasures, all of them stopped abruptly at this moment, and their eyes lit up like torches as they looked towards the 4th platform. The originally empty 4th platform was now shrouded in immortal light, and runes fluttered in the air. A misty portal appeared. It seemed that someone was about to pass through the distorted air. The 4th zone's preliminaries were finally over. The slots for the arena had been decided. All of a sudden, the mortals and immortals on the 9 platforms couldn't help but exclaim and hiss. They're out. They're finally out. After so many days of waiting, the 4th zone's competition is finally over. Those fellows in the 4th region really know how to seize the time. Seeing that the deadline for the preliminaries is approaching, I thought that all the explorers in the 4th region would be wiped out. In the end they still came out. Good. The 4th zone's preliminaries are over, and 100 slots have been decided. This means that the arena will officially begin. I can't wait. I've been looking forward to the arena for a long time. Now let's see which 100 immortals in the 4th zone will get a slot. I heard that Xianxia is in the 4th zone. Given his strength and methods, he'll get a slot. It's a done deal. Besides, judging from the points, Xianxia is likely to be first in the 4th zone. He'll have an advantage in the upcoming arena. Yes, there's no doubt that Xianxia will get a slot. There's a mortal in the 4th zone. He's the only one among the 10 zones with immortals, Xiao Han. I don't know if he'll stand out, but I think it's unlikely. Maybe he's already fallen in the 4th zone. While these immortals and mortals were talking noisily, everyone related to Xiao Han had their hearts in their throats. Brother Xiao. Jianghu narrowed his eyes and extended his immortal sense. His lips trembled slightly. Wu Hu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the rest were completely suffocated, their minds about to explode. They subconsciously clasped their hands together. He secretly prayed. The 4th region's qualifier is finally over. Which supreme experts would be able to enter the following arena battles? The mystery was about to be revealed. Xiao Han, don't let anything happen to you. You must come out. 9 regions. The 9 platforms all fell into silence. Be it immortals or mortals, all of their eyes were bulging out. He stared at the 4th platform without blinking. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Finally, from the 4th platform spatial portal, the first person slowly walked out. Illusory lights and shadows, multicolored lights. It's coming out! Countless immortals and mortals cried out in alarm. Finally, on the 4th platform, the glowing figure stabilized and revealed itself. Black and white pieces. The first to come out was the black and white immortal. Immediately, some of the immortals on the 9 platforms who recognized the black and white immortals let out all sorts of voices. Ha ha ha! Congratulations, black and white brothers. Congratulations on breaking through the encirclement and entering the arena battles. This black and white immortal's strength is only average among the young immortals of our generation, yet he was able to fight his way out of the 4th region. Teske, look at the 400,000 points hovering above his head. Such a large number of points means that he fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. It wasn't a fluke. Black and white brothers. Jianghu called out loudly. Wu Hu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the rest shouted impatiently. Immortal black and white immortal. Xiao Han is in the 4th region, right? Did he also survive and obtain a spot in the arena battles? Oh! Black and white immortal paused. Before he could answer, another person walked out of the spatial portal. The light was chaotic. After it stabilized, the figure of Fish Cripple appeared. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally out. Once Fish Seedling came out, his face was filled with an expression of relief. He looked around with a silly smile and immediately found Jianghu, Taomei, and other acquaintances, and shouted, Big brother Jianghu, Big brother Taomei, Big brother Xianxia. Ha ha ha, you guys came out too? That was great. That's really great. Once Fish Seedling came out, the entire audience immediately erupted in boos. No way? Even Fish Seedling, who's not that strong and came from a small sect in the immortal world, obtained a spot in the arena battles? Fish Seedling is just a guy with average talent, and he also obtained a spot in the 4th region? It seems that the competition in the 4th region isn't as fierce as we thought. If Fish Seedling can obtain a spot, who knows, those who come out from the 4th region next will all be trash. After seeing Fish Seedling come out, even Taomei, Jianghu, and other good friends of Fish Seedling exchanged glances. Their gazes were a little confused. Seriously speaking, even Jianghu, in all fairness, did not believe that Fish Seedling had the hard strength to stand out from tens of thousands of immortals. Taomei shook his head slightly and smiled. No matter what, it's good that he came out. Brother Jianghu, let's also send our blessings. Wait! Suddenly, Jianghu's gaze focused. At this moment, on the 4th region's platform, a third person came out. It was Xiao Han. After being called out for thousands of times, he finally came out. Xiao Han finally came out from the 4th region. Everyone's gazes gathered and looked at Xiao Han without blinking. And when Xiao Han came out, the first thing he did, it was also to observe. Xiao Han used his soul and mental power. Like a fishing net, it covered out. Investigate. At this time, Xiao Han was extremely nervous. Because when he came out, he discovered that the other 9 regions had already decided the spots for the arena battles. In other words, whether the sect master and his senior brothers were dead or alive was already known. Xiao Han was also worried. He was afraid that something would happen to his friends and family, and they would not be able to survive. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's taut heart relaxed. It's okay. Xiao Han's soul and mental power found Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Feng Ling, Yan Lang. Almost all the mortals who were related to him survived. They got the spots. Great. Xiao Han's mind was completely excited. Looking at the mortals who came from his plane, the vast majority. At this moment, they were standing on the various platforms. Many elders and senior heroes had survived, and only a small number were absent. Moreover, most of the immortals who came to his plane, led by Jianghu, had survived. Xiao Han. On the other side, Wu Yu laughed wildly and shouted, losing his composure. Ha 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 ha. Good boy. Really heaven-defying. To compete with so many immortals and still survive. Ha 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 ha. You made us worry for you for a long time. Junior brother Xiao Han is really brave. Xiao Mingchu and the others also let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Han's slaves also cheered. Jianghu laughed loudly. Brother Xiao, amazing, very amazing. At the same time, the other immortals and mortals also whispered to each other after a short period of shock. No way? Xiao Han also came out? Mortals. A mortal actually defeated so many immortals and ranked in the top 100 in the 4th zone. Heaven-defying. Absolutely heaven-defying. In any case, there must be tens of thousands of immortals in the 4th zone. With a survival rate of 1 in 100, I wonder how Xiao Han got the spot. Forget it, don't worry so much. Let's look at the 4th zone. The next people who come out will definitely all be immortals. The Son of Stars should be among them. These immortals and mortals were extremely shocked by Xiao Han's appearance. However, their attention was quickly diverted from Xiao Han to focus on the immortals who came out of the 4th region. On the platform, Xiao Han was already laughing and greeting Jianghu, Wu Yu, and the others, exchanging pleasantries and laughing. Ha ha ha. Brother Jianghu, sect leader, senior brothers, elders of our plane, hero fiend, we meet again. It hasn't been easy. Ha ha ha. This is great. Everyone is still alive. This is the best. Whether or not we gain anything, as long as we're alive, that's the best. It's also a kind of training for the soul. Xiao Han had wanted to rush to the platform where his friends and family were and meet them up close, but there seemed to be some restriction between each platform that prevented Xiao Han from passing through. Thus, Xiao Han could only stay on his platform and ramble on like a chatterbox, causing a ruckus, and yet, time passed, second by second. Aside from Xiao Han, He, and Xianxia, no other immortals came out of the 4th zone. The immortals and mortals on the other 9 platforms all stared incredulously. Why aren't they coming out yet? There are 100 spots in each of the 10 zones, but only 3 spots have appeared in the 4th zone. There are still 97 spots left. Why haven't they come out yet? The immortals were puzzled. They waited. They waited for another few hundred breaths. The spatial portal on the 4th zone's platform was still silent. There was no movement at all. At this moment, something's wrong. An immortal suddenly screamed. Look, there's 11 million points hovering above Xiao Han's head. The combined points of He and Xianxia are close to 1 million. In other words, the 3 of them have killed nearly 40,000 immortals. Could it be that only Xiao Han, He, and Xianxia are left in the 4th zone? The other immortals have been hunted, killed by them. With that, all the immortals and mortals began to notice the points hovering above Xiao Han, He, and Xianxia's heads. The scene was deathly silent again. Suddenly, Hong, the spatial teleportation door on the 4th region's platform suddenly closed. As expected. Only the 3 of them are left in the 4th zone. Xiao Han has 11 million points above his head. He killed tens of thousands of immortals. Roar! He's insane. This guy is insane. To be continued. Chapter 665. Xiao Han, Black White Z, and Xianxia exited the fourth platform spatial portal. After a long time, the spatial portal closed. No more immortals were teleported out. Moreover, the immortals and mortals of the other platforms quickly discovered important clues. Points. Golden points floated above Xiao Han's head. A total of 11 million points. According to the rules announced by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, in the 10 regions preliminaries, immortals would kill each other. Killing an immortal would earn 100 points. As for mortals, killing a mortal would earn 10 points. In other words, Xiao Han's enormous points were created by the lives of more than 30,000 immortals. One mortal could cause the deaths of tens of thousands of immortals. This was something that defied all common sense. Monstrous and heaven-defying were insufficient to describe it. It was extremely abnormal. Moreover, all the immortals and mortals on the other platforms had already deduced a terrifying truth. All the immortals in the fourth region had died at the hands of these three fellows. Among them, the mortal Xiao Han was the most terrifying. 11 million points showed how perverted he was in killing immortals like picking up grass. According to Xiao Han's points, he was already the champion of the 10 regions preliminaries. No one could surpass Xiao Han. No one could compete with him. 11 million points. Of course he was first. Even the immortal in second place only had close to 1 million points. He was left far behind by Xiao Han. Even Jianghu, the acknowledged leader of the younger generation in the immortal world, only had 640,000 points floating above his head. Putting 640,000 points and 11 million points together, they were not on the same level. Of course, Jianghu's points were slightly lower because he wasn't bloodthirsty. If he went on a killing spree, his points would probably increase, but it would probably be difficult for him to reach Xiao Han's 11 million points. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's current state had caused an unprecedented shock. Every mortal and immortal standing on the other platforms felt as if their throats were tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Even breathing became extremely difficult, and all of them made strange gurgling sounds. After a long time, an immortal lost his composure and screamed, "Dead!" Almost all the immortals in the fourth region had fallen at Xiao Han's hands. This is too terrifying. Even the son of the stars is dead. I can't believe he didn't get a slot. Just what method did this mortal Xiao Han use to get so many points and cause the deaths of tens of thousands of immortals? However, there were also a few immortals who were only a little shocked by Xiao Han's strength, but not afraid. These immortals were the cream of the crop in their respective regions. They had accumulated a lot of points, and the treasures they had refined were also extremely powerful. After a brief moment of shock, they glanced at Xiao Han with interest, as if they were looking at a juicy prey. With so many points, it means that the number of treasures in his body is also extremely terrifying. This guy's more than 30,000 treasures, and there's also the refining power that can't be used immediately. Now, it wouldn't be wrong to treat this mortal Xiao Han as a human-shaped treasure vault. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Once we kill Xiao Han, a treasure trove that can rival an entire nation will fall out of his body. Even in the immortal world. Now that I've killed Xiao Han, I won't have to continue exploring. I can return to the immortal world in style and glory. As for Xiao Han's group of friends and relatives, Jianghu, Wu Yu, and the others, their minds were completely blank. They could only stare at Xiao Han, speechless. This was especially true for Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others who had watched Xiao Han grow up. They were even more confused now. Xiao Han killed 10,000 immortals. Heavens! Those are immortals, not some random chicken or pottery dog. How could they be so easily defeated by Xiao Han? The scene was chaotic. Then some immortals took the initiative to call out to Xiao Han and ask him questions, trying to find out how he had fought and killed immortals in the fourth region. Xiao Han completely ignored the countless questions, refusing to answer them. Just as the air was filled with a foul atmosphere, the void suddenly shook. A powerful pressure and aura descended like a whirlpool. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Space was being sucked dry. All the noise had been suppressed. The 10 great platforms were silent. A few breaths later. Ha ha ha! Everyone, congratulations! Now, those who could stand on each of the platforms, be they mortals or immortals, were all extremely powerful. They were all geniuses who had reached the pinnacle in terms of strength and willpower. Not bad. Not bad at all. The preliminaries of the 10 great regions are finally over. Then, everyone will enter the arena competition. If you can pass the arena competition, it means that you have obtained the key to the 3rd level of my treasure. The quota. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded coldly. All of a sudden, the immortals and mortals on each platform looked at each other. It's finally starting. The next stage of the arena competition is finally starting. After the arena competition, survival of the fittest. The most outstanding ones can enter the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Hiss. This Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure only has 4 levels. The 4th level is the core level. Then, the 3rd level is very close to the core level. The treasures stored inside must be unimaginable. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice continued. Everyone do your best. Let me tell you, as long as you pass the tournament and enter the 3rd layer of my treasure trove, then, ha 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 ha, if the treasures in the 1st layer of my treasure trove, the Genius Zone, are merely useless, defective items to immortals, then the treasures in the 2nd layer are all sorts of rare treasures that can increase a true immortal's battle prowess, and the treasures in the 3rd layer. Yes, the treasures in the 3rd layer are things that even immortal emperors would covet. Even immortal emperors might fight with their lives for the treasures of the 3rd level. When he said that, everyone held their breath. Alright, cut the crap. Whether or not you can enter the 3rd level of this Emperor's treasure vault will depend on your performance in the arena battles. Now, all of you listen up. I am going to announce the rules of the arena competition. All immortals and mortals put aside their distracting thoughts and listened attentively. Xiao Han also condensed the solid mental power star in his sea of consciousness into a ball. He was highly focused to ensure that he would not miss a single word that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said. The arena competition is divided into the following segments. First, the mixed battle segment. First, each of the 10 zones has a maximum of 100 slots. In the mixed battle segment, other than the top 5 explorers, the rest of the explorers will engage in a mixed battle. A great massacre. Until there are only 5 people left in the zone, then the mixed battle will end. The mixed battle segment will also be carried out according to the original zones. There will not be any overlapping or mixed battles between explorers from different zones. For example, the first zone, through the preliminaries, there will be a total of 99 slots for the arena competition. Yes, although there are less than 100 people, it's close enough. Among these 99 people, the top 5 will automatically pass and not have to participate in the mixed battle segment. As for the remaining explorers who were ranked below the 5th place, they would have to engage in a brutal battle and slaughter. 94 people, a chaotic battle. 5 slots will be decided. With this announcement, everyone present understood what was going on. In each region, the participants who had obtained a spot in the arena would once again engage in a free-for-all battle. The top 5 in terms of points would automatically pass, while the remaining participants would fight for the remaining 5 spots. In other words, each of the 10 regions would have a total of 10 spots. One had to know that in a mixed battle, the strongest individual might not be able to pass. For example, if one was unlucky and the strongest individual was besieged during the mixed battle, then it was very likely that he would die. As for the top 5 in each zone, they would automatically pass. This would avoid the possibility of being besieged due to bad luck. No wonder before the preliminaries, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said to let the explorers gain as many points as possible. The more points they had, the more advantage they would have in the upcoming arena competition. It seemed like that was the case. In this way, the top 5 in each zone could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Their faces revealed an expression of relief as if they had passed. In every region, the people who were ranked lower than 5 immediately became nervous. They looked around. Some of them had malicious expressions, some of them were filled with fighting spirit, and some of them were restless. As for Xiao Han, He Baizi, and Yu Langzi, they looked at each other dumbfoundedly. Xiao Han touched his nose. Brothers, only the 3 of us from the 4th zone entered the arena competition. We are the top 3 in the leaderboard, so... Yu Langzi licked his lips and touched his hair. In other words, the 3 of us passed directly? Something like that, He Baizi said concisely. What a joke. Xiao Han did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little brother had thought that the arena competition would reach an unimaginable level of cruelty. However, we have safely passed through the first hurdle. Xiao Han paused for a moment before his expression turned solemn. However, after the mixed battle segment, we won't pass so easily. On the other platforms, Jia Lanzi was naturally the first on the leaderboard, so he passed directly. And on Wu Yu's platform, Sect Master, what should we do? Xiao Mingqiu, Fong Ling, and the others looked at Wu Yu in fear. At this moment, on this platform, Wu Yu was ranked 4th on the leaderboard, and Xiao Mingqiu was ranked 5th. He could pass directly, while Fong Ling, Dongfang Qin, and the others had to fight for the remaining 5 spots through the mixed battle. However, what made things difficult was that the 8th zone where Wu Yu and the others were located was a zone for mortals to compete. A total of 100 mortals would enter the arena competition. And from Xiao Han's dimension, there were a lot of people who entered the 8th zone. There were dozens of them. Among them were some elites from the Cloud Sect, some elders from the Yaoxia Pagoda, ancient giants, and ancient giants. This group of people were outside the top 5 on the leaderboard. In other words, in the mixed battle later, among the 95 people, 20 to 30 people were from Xiao Han's dimension. Only 5 people could survive, killing each other. Such a survival rate forced the dozens of people from Xiao Han's dimension to kill each other. After all, they came from the same dimension. Some were even old friends, old comrades, and even close like brothers. But now, they had to face the cruel situation of killing each other. This. Wu Yu was also shocked. Chapter 666. Similarly, the possibility of friends and family killing each other also appeared on the platforms of other regions. It caused some chaos. I'd rather quit. I'd rather not fight with friends of the same level. On the platform where Wu was, the heavenly devil old man was also there. He and Wu were good friends for many years. However, in the 8th region's ranking, the heavenly devil old man was only ranked 84th. Now, he had to face the battle royale. The heavenly devil old man shook his head angrily. I'd rather quit. Wu was so anxious that his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Xiao Han also realized this problem and hurriedly shouted out. Sect leader, big senior brother, everyone, don't panic. Listen to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao continue to announce the rules. There might be a turn for the better. Just as Xiao Han finished speaking, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded again. Ha ha ha, everyone, in the battle royale, those who do not wish to continue can quit. Quit this Emperor's Treasure adventure. You can quit. As soon as this was said, cheers immediately rang out on the platforms of the 10 regions. Wu and the others felt as if they had been pardoned by the Emperor. Their tensed faces relaxed. Xiao Han also wiped off his cold sweat. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao continued, stay or quit, everyone can choose. However, this emperor wants to remind everyone that once you quit, you will have no chance with this Emperor's Treasure adventure. Moreover, after you quit, all the treasures and immortal equipment that you have yet to refine will be destroyed. Your points will be reset to 0. As soon as this was said, hiss. What? Once I withdraw, all the magic treasures in my body will be destroyed and disappear? I have only refined 2 treasures, but there are still hundreds of treasures in my body. If I quit, it means that other than the 2 treasures that I have already controlled, the other treasures will disappear? Then I risked my life in the preliminaries, only to exchange for 2 treasures? The other Dhamma treasures have all become illusions? No. I can't quit. Quitting means almost nothing. It's futile. I want to continue fighting. There was a price to quit. Then, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao continued to announce the rules. After the battle royale, only 10 people or a few people will survive in each area. Among them, there would be mortals, and there would also be immortals. And the next segment would be the arena battle. The survivors from each region would be randomly assigned according to their ranking, and they would compete in the arena with the survivors from other regions. This arena hegemony competition's 2 opponents were completely randomly selected. It could be a battle between mortals and mortals, immortals and immortals, or a battle between mortals and immortals. After the battle royale, there will also be a chance to automatically give up and exit the exploration. Yes, I have the virtue of cherishing life, so I'll give you one chance to back out before and after the free-for-all. However, once you enter the arena battle, no one is allowed to withdraw. You can also take the points, Dharma treasures, and power of refinement from those you kill in a chaotic battle. It can be said that the free-for-all is also a process for you to accumulate strength. It will allow you to obtain a large number of points and power of refinement. In terms of battle strength, you can catch up to the top rankers on the leaderboard and directly pass the stage without participating in the free-for-all. Alright, I've finished announcing the rules for the 2 rounds of the arena battles. Now, I'll give everyone 4 hours to think about it and decide whether to continue or withdraw. After 4 hours, the top 5 scorers of each area will be sent to the safe area. The remaining explorers of each area will enter the free-for-all round. Soon, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became silent. On the platforms of the 10 major regions, there were also sounds of discussions. Of course, there was no need to discuss the 4th region where Xiao Han was. Xiao Han, Heibai Zi, and Yulang Zi were the top 3 in terms of points, and automatically entered the next stage, the arena battle. However, Xiao Han also frowned and asked, 2 big brothers, we don't need to participate in the free-for-all. However, will you 2 big brothers participate in the upcoming arena battle? This. Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi looked at each other. Xiao Han said carefully, 2 big brothers, the arena battle will randomly choose an opponent. There's a possibility of dying. Hearing this, Black-White Zi and Yu Yongzi seriously nodded their heads. Yes, in the 4th region's qualifiers, it was Xiao Han who took care of Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi. That was why they were able to fight their way out of the tight encirclement when it was absolutely impossible for them to obtain a spot in the arena battle. However, in the upcoming arena battle, it was completely impossible for Xiao Han to take care of Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi. Although Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi each refined an offensive and defensive magic treasure, their overall combat strength was unable to gain any advantage when compared to the other region's outstanding experts. It should be known that those who obtained a spot in the arena battle from the other regions, which one of them did not refine a magic treasure? Thus, if they wanted to enter the arena battle, the possibility of Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi dying was extremely high. Unless they had heaven-defying luck and were able to randomly choose an extremely inferior opponent during the arena battle and win. Even if they encountered a mortal, they would be easily killed. Brother Xiao Han, let's think about it first. Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi were very anxious and couldn't make a decision immediately. Xiao Han nodded. How about we wait for the free-for-all phase to end before making a decision? Alright. Heibai Zi also nodded. Then he asked, Brother Xiao Han, with your combat strength, you will definitely have to participate in the arena battle after the free-for-all phase? Xiao Han smiled. A hint of determination flashed across his eyes. I will try my best. Then, Xiao Han also swept his soul and mental energy towards the platform where Wu Yu was. It was also the platform of the 8th region. At this moment, all the mortals standing on the platform of the 8th region gathered together and started the most serious discussion. Everyone, after the free-for-all phase, it will be the arena battle. Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. In the arena battle, there is no difference between immortals and mortals. At that time, we will be randomly assigned opponents and engage in a life-and-death battle. Once we mortals encounter immortals, I'm afraid we won't have the slightest chance of winning. Although we mortals also obtain the power to refine magic treasures with points in the preliminaries, our points increased by 10 points, which is far less than the points gained by killing each other. The quality of the magic treasures obtained by us mortals and the immortal treasures obtained by the immortals are worlds apart from the ones obtained by the immortals. We mortals also refine some low-grade immortal weapons, magic treasures, and pills, but against the magic treasures controlled by immortals, it is like hitting a rock with an egg. After a pause, Wu Yu finally said, In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that the exploration of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is over for us mortals. Sect Master Wu Yu, what do you mean? Immediately, there were mortals and tower masters from other planes who turned their heads to look at Wu Yu. Withdraw, Wu Yu said with a faint smile. However, his expression was extremely solemn and serious. As soon as Wu Yu said this, dozens of mortals immediately sent Tanbao / to express their different opinions. Sect Master Wu, if we withdraw like this, Then the treasures that we have yet to refine will be annihilated and will no longer belong to us. Yes, I originally thought that I had obtained great treasures, but I can only watch as these treasures that will never appear in the mortal world are annihilated like bubbles. I can't accept this. I absolutely can't accept this. I'll fight. I want to continue. The free-for-all round. Then, the arena competition. Heh. Wu Yu shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Everyone has their own ambitions. I, Wu Yu, withdraw. Originally, I, Wu Yu, was ranked 4th in the 8th area with my points, so I didn't need to participate in the free-for-all round and could directly enter the arena competition. But now, I, Wu Yu, withdraw from this exploration. My ranking should be replaced by you, Ming Chu. But Xiao Mingchu also smiled. Sect Master, this disciple knows his own limits, this disciple also withdraws. Brother Wu I, Heavenly Devil Old Man, also withdraw. Heavenly Devil Old Man said with a relaxed smile. Although there are so many treasures in my body that will be annihilated, this old man has refined and controlled a few treasures. I'm satisfied, ha ha ha. This disciple also withdraws. Dong Feng Qin and Feng Ling said at the same time. At the same time, many elders, ancient giants that came from Xiao Han's plane also expressed their withdrawal. If we don't withdraw, we will inevitably kill each other in the free-for-all round. That will be painful. It's better to withdraw in the face of difficulties. Feng Ling said extremely calmly. Even if we pass the free-for-all round, we will inevitably die in the hands of those immortals in the arena competition. Seeing that almost all the mortals in his plane had chosen to withdraw, Wu Yu also nodded his head in affirmation. Yes, people can't not pursue and have a courageous heart. However, blind confidence and gambling on luck are not desirable. It seems that we have regretfully withdrawn from this exploration, but we can rely on the fortuitous encounters and tempering we have obtained in the preliminaries to reach the immortal realm. Actually, it's not like we didn't gain anything. Just like this, on the 8th platform, almost 2/3 of the mortals stood on Wu Yu's side and chose to withdraw. Only 32 mortals insisted on continuing the exploration. Sect Master, Senior Brothers, and everyone else, your choice is extremely correct. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Han, let's see your performance in the arena competition. Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han with confidence. You are the only mortal qualified to challenge the immortals. Junior brother Xiao Han, do your best. Xiao Mingchu also shouted to Xiao Han with a smile. Xiao Han nodded his head with a smile, indicating that he would definitely do his best to win and not show weakness to the immortals. At the same time, on the other platforms, there were also many choices. Of the 5 mortal platforms, except for Wu Yu's side, the other 4 also had a large number of mortals who did not want to continue and did not want to die. They all withdrew. The 6th platform, the mortal platform, only had 12 mortals left, and they wanted to continue. The 7th platform, 23 people left. The 8th platform, where Wu Yu was, 32 people left. The 9th platform, 17 people left. The 10th platform, 8 people left. It was not just the mortals who chose to withdraw. Even in the immortals area, there were some immortals who did not want to continue. They also valued their lives. Of course, the will of immortals far exceeded that of mortals. Therefore, only a small number of immortals withdrew. Most immortals stayed. 4 hours later. So, everyone has made their choice, right? Alright, the first segment of the 10 main regions arena competition, the free-for-all segment, begins now. My divine will automatically send the top 5 of the 10 main regions scoreboard to the safe zone. Those who give up and leave will be directly sent out of my treasury by me. The rest will enter the free-for-all segment. Kill. Decide the top 5 spots for each region. To be continued. Chapter 667. After 4 hours of discussion, the immortals and mortals of the 10 great districts had come to their own decisions. On each platform, those who chose to withdraw stood at the side. Some of these people were optimistic, some were regretful, and some were helpless. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. Rays of divine rainbows shrouded the platform. They filled the 10 platforms. Colorful lights. Illusion of light and shadow. It was like a dream world. First, the top 5 in each region were sent out of the platform by an inexplicable force. Xiao Han suddenly felt that he was like a feather floating in the air, slowly being sent away from the platform. This power was very gentle and not overbearing. It was like a spring breeze. However, Xiao Han could feel that this power contained the great will of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. It was irresistible. Black and white sun and fish stem stood on Xiao Han's left and right, and were also sent out of the platform. Hehe. Our 4th region doesn't need to have a free-for-all. Everyone, enter the arena, Fish Stem joked. The top 5 on the leaderboard of the other regional platforms all looked over. Tens of thousands of immortals competed, and only these 3 are left to get the spots for the free-for-all. They're too ambitious and murderous. On the left, a sage-like young immortal in white robes looked coldly at Xiao Han. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a king of stars descending to the mortal world. Traces of refining and controlling a supreme-grade immortal artifact could be seen all over his body. However, in the depths of his eye sockets, there was also a flash of greed. He scanned Xiao Han repeatedly. Hehe. Xiao Han also looked at the immortals around him. These immortals. They were the top 5 in their respective regions. They did not need to participate in the free-for-all. Their points were in the hundreds of thousands, and some even neared 1 million. Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips and thought to himself. These guys are very greedy for my points, aren't they? But at the same time, I also want to kill these fat lambs as soon as possible. In order to obtain a large amount of refinement power, I will be able to break through the inheritance jade pendant in my dantian. As long as I completely inherit immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance and obtain the opportunity to gain enlightenment, then even if I reach the immortal world, I will be able to kill everyone. I'm afraid that no one below the immortal Emperor realm will be my match. There's also a chance to kill the demon god's egg in Annihilation's heart. Xiao Han also saw a large number of immortals with rich points as prey. Xiao Han, I don't think you obtained such a terrifying number of points by killing an immortal head-on, right? What kind of scheme did you use? A sinister voice rang out. Xiao Han looked around and saw an immortal who was as thin as a bamboo pole, but whose eyes were overflowing with golden lightning. The immortal was smiling coldly at him. This fellow was ranked first on the 2nd region scoreboard. He had 820,000 points above his head, slightly more than Xianxia. He exuded an invincible aura and was insufferably arrogant. You killed the Son of the Stars, Xiao Han? The Son of the Stars and I have been through life and death together. I didn't expect him to fail miserably and die at your hands. The immortal ranked 3rd on the 3rd region scoreboard looked at Xiao Han with a bloodthirsty grin. Xiao Han, you're definitely not a match for the Son of the Stars in a fair and square fight. You played dirty. But it doesn't matter. I'll avenge the Son of the Stars. You'd better pray that you don't run into me in the upcoming matches. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. A bunch of scum. Xiao Han retorted nonchalantly, flicking his fingernails. Don't try to bully me like an immortal. Otherwise, I'll make sure all of you die a slow death. Xiao Han, you. Xiao Han's attitude immediately drew angry glares from many immortals. At this moment, Xianxia turned to Xiao Han and said, Brother Xiao, don't bother with others. Xiao Han smiled and turned to look at Xianxia. Brother Xianxia, you're also participating in the upcoming matches. Heh, I hope we don't run into each other. At the same time, Xiao Han's gaze shifted to Tao Tai Zi, Xianxia, and the other immortals he was familiar with. Soon, the top 5 of the 10 regions were teleported to a misty space. This misty space seemed to be thousands of miles away from the 10 regions' platforms, but it also felt like it was very close. It was an illusion of space and it was very magical. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. Those of the 10 regions who will directly enter the arena matches, you may now sit down and rest while waiting for the free-for-all phase to end. Xiao Han immediately sat down cross-legged, looked around and said with a smile, Big Brother Heizi, Big Brother Yuangzi, let's not be impatient. Big Brother Black and White, Big Brother Fish Stem, let's not be impatient. Let's take a rest. There's still some time before the contestants will be decided in the free-for-all round, so we're free now. Big brothers, if you want to consider whether you want to enter the arena battle, you can think about it as much as you want now. All right. Black and White Z and Yu Yang Z sat down with solemn expressions. The two of them began to struggle over whether they should continue or withdraw like Black Dragon and the others. At the same time, the top 5 of the various regions also sat down and looked at the 10 regions' platforms. Currently, in this misty space, there were a total of 48 immortals and mortals who had the highest points in their respective regions gathered in the 10 regions. These 48 people, together with the 45 spots after the free-for-all phase of the 10 regions free-for-all phase, Xiao Han's 4th region only had 3 people left, so it was impossible for there to be a free-for-all phase, had a total of 93 people who would enter the arena matches. The 93 people would be randomly assigned to fight one by one. Of course, it did not exclude the possibility that there might be people who decided to withdraw at the last minute among the 93 people. Things were settled here. The 10 regions platforms. The immortals and mortals who had the lowest points watched as Xiao Han, and the others who had the highest points and did not need to participate in the free-for-all phase left. Then, the people who still wanted to continue and reach the free-for-all phase had tense expressions. Their surging battle intent and determination to die began to burn. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice. Orderly sounds rang out from the other side. Those who choose to withdraw. Leave this emperor's treasure in succession. Just as he finished speaking. Wang, 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 Wang. 10 spatial doors. They suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stood on the 10 great platforms. On each spatial door, there were ancient mottled traces of wood rings. Those who decide to withdraw, leave quickly. You will be directly transported out of this emperor's treasure. The treasures in your bodies that you have yet to refine will be annihilated. Your points will also be reset to 0. From now on, you will have nothing to do with this emperor's treasure. Cut off all ties. You will never be able to enter this emperor's treasure again. After Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao finished his announcement, a large number of mortals and a few immortals who had decided to withdraw from the various platforms entered the spatial doors one after another and left. On the 8th region's platform where Black Dragon was. Sect Master. Let's leave. Xiao Mingchu took a step closer to the spatial door. Thus, Black Dragon was the leader. Dozens of people who came from Xiao Han's dimension all walked toward the spatial door. On the other region's platforms, there were also some elders of the Xianxia Tower from Xiao Han's dimension, ancient giants, and ancient giants who came from Xiao Han's dimension. All of them walked toward the spatial door without hesitation. Xiao Han's 5 slaves from another dimension, as well as Yen Lang and the others, also prepared to leave. Senior brothers, you must come out alive and bring back many treasures to revitalize our sect. Some immortals cheered loudly as they left, cheering on their fellow sect members and friends who stayed behind to participate in the free-for-all and arena battles. Before Black Dragon and the others left, he also stared at Xiao Han and transmitted his voice across the air. Xiao Han, we'll leave first. We won't return to our dimension for the time being. We'll stay in the universe outside this treasure and wait for you to finish your exploration. Junior brother Xiao Han, you will definitely be able to stand out among the many immortals. Xiao Mingchu, Feng Ling, Dongfeng Qin, and the others all looked at Xiao Han with confidence. Xiao Han's slaves also cheered for Xiao Han before they left. On the other side, Xiao Han directly stood up and smiled at Black Dragon and the others. Sect leader, senior brothers, and everyone else, you can leave in peace. Wait for my good news outside. I, Xiao Han, will definitely not let you down. Good. Xiao Han, then we won't stick to the customs and act like children. We'll leave first. Black Dragon looked deeply at Xiao Han, then stepped into the spatial door and disappeared without a trace. Let's go. Xiao Mingchu and the others laughed and nodded to Xiao Han, then walked into the spatial door one by one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, mortals and immortals entered the spatial door one by one and disappeared. From then on, they had no fate with Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. After a while, the spatial door of the 1st region's platform closed. The spatial door of the 2nd region's platform closed. The spatial doors of the 10 regions' platforms were all closed. On each region's platform, there were only people left who were going to participate in the free-for-all. The next moment, hum, 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 hum. On each platform of the 10 regions' platforms, space portals appeared again. However, the space portals that appeared this time were filled with the smell of a bloody battlefield, yellow sand, and flying flags. From the outside of each portal, one could see the bloodstains on the doorframe. It was a horrifying scene. 10 regions. Free-for-all. Begin. Participants of the free-for-all. Immediately enter. Slaughter. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said solemnly. There are no rules in the free-for-all. There are no rules, only slaughter. Until in each region, there are only 5 people left. In the free-for-all, if you kill others, you can obtain their talisman refining power. Begin. Roar. Kill. I will definitely escape from the free-for-all, from the mountain of corpses and the sea of bones. Those who block me will die. All of a sudden, all the participants of the Battle Royale in the 10 regions rushed into the space portals of their respective regions with a ferocious aura. Soon, the platforms of the 10 regions were empty. On the other side, Xiao Han and many immortals and mortals who were at the top of the scoreboard and did not need to participate in the free-for-all looked over. Everyone's immortal senses, soul strength, and mental strength were covering those spatial doors. Everyone knew that these 10 spatial doors represented 10 battlefields. At this moment, apart from the battlefield inside the spatial door of the 4th region's platform, which was calm and undisturbed, the most primitive and horrifying slaughter was taking place in every battlefield. I also want to see the situation in these battlefields. Xiao Han was bored. He covered the battlefield with his powerful soul strength, trying to penetrate into some of the spatial door battlefields. To be continued. Chapter 668. The free-for-all segment was already in full swing. Xiao Han gathered his soul force and wanted to watch the show. However, as soon as his soul force got close to the portal, he had a terrible feeling of falling into the abyss. Xiao Han quickly withdrew his soul force and shook his head. It seems that I can only wait until the battle royale is over. I can't watch the process of the battle royale. Iptu. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, from inside each portal, there were occasional vibrations, accompanied by some heart-wrenching screams. It seemed to indicate that mortals and immortals were dying one by one. Occasionally, there was a roar of death, which made people's hair stand on end. Although I can't directly watch the battle royale in the 10 regions, but the cruelty and brutality will definitely far exceed the preliminaries. Xiao Han nodded silently. Like Xiao Han, the dozens of mortals and immortals in the same misty space couldn't see what was going on. After watching for a while, they all sat down cross-legged and didn't pay attention to it anymore. The battle royale was still going on. The fluctuations that overflowed from the 10 portals were getting more and more intense, which meant that the battle royale was getting more and more intense. However, it seemed that this battle royale would not come to an end for a while. Xiao Han was extremely bored, so he swept his gaze over the immortals and mortals around him. With the fluctuation of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's will, he directly penetrated the dantian of the mortals and immortals and carefully studied the magic treasures and immortal weapons stored in their dantian. Xiao Han could see through the secrets of the dantian of anyone who entered the treasure of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, but the others could not see the situation in Xiao Han's dantian. All of a sudden, these mortals and immortals, they all felt as if Xiao Han had seen through their hearts. It was a terrible feeling that they had nowhere to hide. They all looked at Xiao Han with horrified eyes, but they could not sense anything wrong. Jia Lanzi raised his head and glanced at Xiao Han. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he soon shook his head gently and whispered. Impossible. I must have sensed wrongly. Brother Xiao can't see through the immortal fate and fortuitous encounter we have. Xiao Han observed them one by one. He shook his head again and again. Of all the immortal items and magical treasures he had observed in the dantians of the immortals and mortals, none of them were suitable for him to use. Forget it. The biggest gain I can get from killing these guys isn't points. It's not a celestial artifact or Dharma treasure. It's the power of refinement. However, Xiao Han was not discouraged at all. He knew what he wanted. Just then, crack! On the other side, on the first platform of the 10 great area platforms, the energy fluctuations coming from the space portal came to an abrupt stop. Over at Xiao Han's side, everyone couldn't help but look over. 5 immortals slowly walked out from the portal. The 5 immortals all had bloodstains on their faces, and were in low spirits. Some of them had sustained serious injuries, and their immortal energy was dim. However, as soon as they walked out, they immediately looked like they had just survived a disaster. One of the immortals, whose left eye was surging with immortal blood, even threw his head back and roared hysterically. "Victory! I've finally defeated and crushed the other opponents. I'm out. The battle royale is over. I, Bei Fengzi, survived and entered the arena hegemony battle." Roar! Next to the immortal with the injured left eye, another immortal wailed in a sobbing tone. "Terrible. It's too tragic. Kill." His eyes were red from killing. "It's either you die or I die. There's no other choice. Blood. Blood is everywhere. Terrible. Kill." Oh? The battle royale in the first area has ended. The 5 surviving immortals have obtained the spots to enter the arena battle. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Then, Xiao Han frowned. He saw that the points floating above the heads of the 5 surviving immortals in the first area were extremely terrifying. They were all in the millions. One of them even had 3.5 million points, surpassing Xiao Han in one fell swoop. These points. The immortals in Xiao Han's area all stared at him. Xiao Han was also taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. The 5 people who were able to get a spot in the Battle Royale round naturally had a terrifying amount of points. This was because they had divided up all the benefits, points, treasures, and refining power of the top 100 in a large area, and added them to themselves. It seems that participating in the Battle Royale round has a lot of benefits. Just then, a warm light enveloped the 5 immortals on the first area's platform. Suddenly, the injuries of the 5 immortals began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5 immortals sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Moreover, the power of refinement revolved around their bodies. It looked like they were making the best use of their time to refine the treasures in their dantian. Then, 5 immortals walked out of the second area's platform. Their points skyrocketed, and they immediately obtained a chance to heal and rest. The third area's platform. 5 immortals. The fifth area's platform. 5 immortals. The sixth area's platform. 5 mortals. The seventh area's platform. 5 mortals. The 10th area's platform. 5 mortals. The battle royale had finally come to an end. Of the 10 regions, aside from the 4th region where Xiao Han was, the immortals and mortals of the other 9 regions fought bloody battles to determine the final 45 spots. These people would be able to enter the main event, the arena battles. Of these 45 spots, 25 were mortals, and the remaining 20 were immortals. On Xiao Han's side, one by one, the immortals and mortals stood up. "Next. It's our turn. The arena battles," some immortals said. Their lips curved into a sinister sneer. "I can't wait anymore." In fact, logically speaking, those who could get into the top 5 in each area and avoid the Battle Royale would definitely be more talented than those who had participated in the Battle Royale. Therefore, those who stood on Xiao Han's side inevitably felt a sense of superiority. He looked down on those people who had to go through bloody battles in order to obtain a spot. However, Xiao Han did not think so in his heart. Xiao Han knew that after the Battle Royale, those who could walk out of the mountain of corpses and sea of bones and survive, whether it was willpower or battle strength, the number of magic treasures had increased in many aspects. Not long after, the light on the 10 areas platforms faded. The 45 people had already recovered from their injuries. Now, all of them were in high spirits and did not show any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with battle intent. "All right, the arena battles are about to begin." Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was extremely satisfied. Shockingly, Xiao, 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 an inexplicable great force teleported the 45 people on the 10 areas platforms to the misty space where Xiao Han and the others were. In this way, 93 people had already gathered in one place. These 93 people were all qualified to participate in the upcoming Arena Hegemony tournament. Among the 93 people, 42 of them were immortals and 51 of them were mortals. These people looked at each other. In an instant, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was heard again. This emperor has said that before entering this segment of the Arena Hegemony battle, there are a total of 2 chances to withdraw. There is 1 chance to withdraw before and after the free-for-all segment. Now that the free-for-all segment has ended, This seat will give you one last chance to choose. To continue. Or to withdraw. Boom! An enormous spatial door appeared with a rumble. All 93 people, including Xiao Han, were standing and looking at the space gate. The last chance to make a choice. If they continued, they might die and be buried in immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure forever, turning the treasure into a tomb. If they withdrew, they could preserve their lives, but they would forever lose the chance to compete for immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Moreover, all the magic treasures that they had obtained previously would be destroyed. It was simply a reckless waste of resources. This? Withdraw or continue? The scene became a little anxious. At this moment, Black and White Zi and Yulang Zi, who were standing beside Xiao Han, exchanged glances. Brother Xiao Han, Black and White Zi looked at Xiao Han. Big brothers, have you made your choice? Xiao Han immediately asked. Yes, we choose to withdraw. Black and White Zi finally said. After a pause, he said sincerely. Brother Xiao Han, thank you for taking care of me in the preliminaries. I can't thank you enough for saving my life. Now, Yulang Zi and I will temporarily leave. Brother Xiao Han, you must be careful in the upcoming arena battles. However, with your battle strength, you should be able to pass smoothly. Brother Xiao Han, we will wait for your good news outside. Yulang Zi said with a serious face. All right, brothers, please withdraw first. Xiao Han smiled and said. Thus Black and White Zi and Yulang Zi exchanged a few words with Xiao Han, then directly passed through the space door and withdrew. Following that, many mortals at the scene finally changed their minds at this crucial moment. They did not insist on participating in the arena battles and withdrew. Out of the 51 mortals, 45 people actually withdrew. Including Xiao Han, there were only 6 mortals left at the scene. Among the 42 immortals, other than Black and White Zi and Yulang Zi, there were a few others who withdrew. Now, there were 36 immortals left. Have you made your choice? After 10 breaths, the space door will completely close. At that time, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice solemnly reminded. After 10 breaths, 6 mortals and 36 immortals did not have any intention of withdrawing. Ka. The space door closed. It disappeared. All right, everyone, a total of 6 mortals and 36 immortals, enter the arena battles. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice rumbled and resounded in this space. To be continued. Chapter 669. Finally, the last segment of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The arena battle was about to begin. There were 6 mortals, including Xiao Han, and 36 immortals. A total of 42 people. Xiao Han looked around and sighed. Back then, there were hundreds of thousands of immortals and mortals who entered the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure vault. Now, there were only 42 people left. Moreover, these 42 people had to continue to fight and continue to die. However, the 42 people who remained, regardless of whether they were immortals or mortals, were all people with extremely strong willpower. They were not afraid of death, and no danger or predicament could erase their conviction. They were all ruthless characters. Moreover, all of them controlled a large number of points and had countless treasures in their bodies. Their bodies were also glowing with the colors of immortal treasures. Xiao Han's combat power was not the same as before. He could use the dagger with his soul and mental strength with ease. He also had a super powerful killer move that could kill 100 immortals with one slash. Dragon formed from saber chi. However, Xiao Han maintained an extremely calm state of mind. He did not have any arrogance or underestimation of his enemies. In the arena battle, no matter who he faced, Xiao Han would treat them seriously. He would not be careless. Even when facing these immortals, Xiao Han purposely lowered his state of mind. He had the attitude of a challenger. At this moment, boom, 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 this stretch of misty space suddenly started shaking. A vast divine aura surged. It emitted an unfathomable and terrifying aura of heavenly might. The 42 people, including Xiao Han, could not help but shiver from the bottom of their bones. Then, everyone's courage is commendable. Ha ha ha. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was heard. If you want to inherit my treasures, you will indeed need extraordinary battle prowess and courage. Those who retreated are cowards. They don't have the right to obtain my treasures. All of you are very good. It's also possible that my most precious treasure, which is my Saber Dao cultivation base and Dao inheritance, will be obtained by one of you. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the mortals and immortals turned red and bloodshot. Their breathing became labored. Dao! The legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Once I obtain his cultivation in the Saber Dao, then I'll be able to do as I please even in the immortal dimension. To put it bluntly, among the countless treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, his Dao heritage is the most precious, a priceless treasure. It's 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more precious than any immortal artifact or divine pill. Ha ha ha. Don't be too naive. The orthodoxy can only be imparted to one person. Among us, although Xiao Han suddenly rose to prominence, in terms of foundation, Jia Lanzi is still the strongest. If nothing goes wrong, the inheritance of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao will eventually fall into Jia Lanzi's hands. There's no use in you all babbling. Have you fought for Jia Lanzi before? Yes, I don't have too much ambition. I just hope to completely control all the magic treasures and fairy weapons in my Dantian. Then this trip will not be in vain. It would be best if I could obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy, but even if I lose it, I won't be disheartened. Some of the immortals started discussing using soul telepathy. Xiao Han, on the other hand, smiled without batting an eyelid. He thought to himself, the inheritance of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao has already fallen into my hands. Not only that, I've also refined and mastered a little bit of his blade Dao. You want it? Hee. Now it depends on whether I, Xiao Han, am willing to take it out or not. Xiao Han had the greatest advantage in obtaining Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy because it was in Xiao Han's body. However, Xiao Han also understood that if he was killed by his opponent, then everything he had done would be for the benefit of others. All the opportunities he had gained would be wasted. It could be said that Xiao Han was still a little unsure about the jade plate of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance that was floating in his Dantian. Unless he obtained more refining power, he could continuously attack and refine the jade plate, nibbling away at the great Saber Dao contained in the jade plate bit by bit. However, to continuously control the jade plate of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao was also an extremely difficult and long process. Now, Xiao Han only controlled 1/50th of the inheritance in the jade plate. There was still a long way to go. At this moment, Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's words pulled Xiao Han's thoughts back. The other immortals and mortals quickly gathered their attention and listened to Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's words. Now, I will announce the rules of this arena hegemony battle. The purpose of the arena hegemony battle is to let everyone obtain the key to the 3rd floor of my treasure trove. Ha 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 ha. You might misunderstand that the purpose of fighting in this arena hegemony battle is for immortal treasures and weapons? For refining power? Ha 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 ha. Wrong. There won't be any additional rewards in the arena competition, and there won't be any more rewards for refining energy. There's only one purpose, and that is for you to pass the arena competition and obtain the key to the 3rd level. There are great treasures in the 3rd floor of my treasure trove. There were great treasures in the 3rd floor of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. Yes, I have said before that the treasures in the 3rd floor can make immortal emperors drool. It can make immortal emperors lose their minds and fight with their lives. Moreover, in the 3rd floor, the refining power will gather into the lake, ocean, wind, and cloud. Once you enter the 3rd floor, you may obtain unimaginable refining power and break through the restrictions on the immortal treasures in your bodies, allowing you to completely control these immortal treasures. It will no longer be an illusion that can only be seen but not touched. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, all the mortals and immortals present held their breaths. One had to know that every mortal and immortal present had a large number of treasures in their bodies, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of treasures. However, these treasures required a large amount of refinement power in order to be completely owned by him. Without refining power, these treasures were just decorations. In the last part of the 2nd floor, the arena hegemony battle, even if one obtained refining power, it was not enough to refine too many immortal treasures. According to Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao, once one entered the 3rd floor, it would be incredible. The refining power would gather into the lake, ocean, wind, and cloud? If one obtained a little bit, they would be able to break through the restrictions on the immortal treasures in one's dantian. This was too tempting. Even Xianxia, who had always been calm, now had a slight change in his eyes. Facing such temptation, it was indeed difficult to resist. Also, this emperor wants to tell you that there is more than one key to enter the third floor. In other words, the 42 of you fighting one by one isn't going to kill each other until the last one remains. Ha ha ha. This emperor has the virtue of cherishing life. All of you are supreme experts, and your futures are limitless. Isn't it too cruel to make all of you fight until the last one remains? Alas, all of you are like some exquisitely carved jade, and this emperor doesn't have the heart to shatter all of you. Ha ha ha. Out of the 42, how many will survive? No need to fight to the death? Hearing this, Xiao Han relaxed a little. He subconsciously looked at Jia Lanzi, Tao Taizi, Xianxia, and the other immortals he was familiar with. That's good too. If only one of us survives, then I will inevitably have to fight with Brother Jialan, Brother Tao Tai, and the other good friends. At that time it will be hard to part with them. As for Jia Lanzi, Tao Tai and the others, they also looked at Xiao Han with relief in their eyes. Now, this emperor will announce the detailed rules of the arena battle, as well as the conditions to obtain the key to enter the third floor. In the arena battle, opponents will be randomly assigned, and the battle will be fought in pairs. When two people are assigned together, before the battle, they can choose to not fight. Exempt from battle? This rule caused Xiao Han and the others to be dumbfounded. Since it was an arena battle, it must be extremely tragic. But now, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao announced that they could not fight. Not fighting means giving up on the battle. However, there is a price to pay. When you give up on the battle, 100,000 points and 1,000 treasures will be obtained by your opponent. Of course, if you have less than 100,000 points and less than 1,000 treasures, you are not qualified to fight. If both sides do not choose to fight, then once they reach the arena, it will be a fight to the death. If you defeat or kill your opponent, you can take all of your opponent's points, treasures, and refining power. There is no limit to the number of rounds in the arena battle. It will be carried out one round after another. When you have accumulated more than 6 million points, you can apply to obtain the key to enter the third floor. You can completely withdraw from the arena battle. However, there is more than one key to enter the third floor. It's the same as the keys in the genius zone on the surface of my treasure. There are 7 types of keys. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. 7-colored key. Red key, 6 million points obtained. Orange key, 7 million points obtained. Yellow key, 8 million points obtained. Blue key, 11 million points obtained. Purple key. Yes, purple key. In the Genius Zone's Battle of Geniuses, a purple key also appeared. It was obtained by a young genius from the mortal world. The purple key is the most valuable key in the Genius Zone. Similarly, the purple key is also the most valuable key in the Genius Zone when it comes to the third level of my treasure vault. Purple key. 20 million points. Purple key. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat when he heard Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao mention the purple key. One had to know that Xiao Han obtained a purple key in the Genius Zone and refined it into his body. Because of this, he obtained indescribable benefits. After entering the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure, Xiao Han directly obtained the Inheritance Jade token. He had also received some hints from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Now, another purple key had appeared in the Arena Hegemony competition. Subconsciously, Xiao Han was determined to obtain this purple key. Purple key, 20 million points. And now Xiao Han currently had 11 million points. Subconsciously, Xiao Han looked at the other immortals and mortals. He observed their points. Chapter 670. The rules announced by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao were very detailed. It mentioned the exemption from battle and the rules of exchanging points for the key to the third floor. Whether it was exemption from battle or exchanging for the key, points were extremely important. Without enough points, one did not even have the qualification to be exempted from battle. One could only fight to the death. On the contrary, If one had enough points, he could choose to fight or not to fight. He could take the initiative in the battle. Moreover, once his points reached 6 million, he could directly exchange for the key to the third floor. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the mortals and immortals present, carefully checking their points. Other than Xiao Han, the other 5 mortals had survived the battle royale, killed their competitors, and survived. However, the battle royale between mortals was calculated in 10 points. Therefore, these 5 mortals did not have many points, only a few 100,000. As for the immortals like Jianghu and the Taotai were in the top 5 of their respective regions' leaderboards. They had skipped the free-for-all phase and entered the arena battles. Their points were between 500,000 and 1 million. As for the immortals who had passed the battle royale and walked out from the sea of corpses, their points were catching up. They had obtained great benefits from the slaughter, and their points had reached millions. A few of them even surpassed Xiao Han in terms of points. Now, it was not only Xiao Han who was observing the points of others. The others were also constantly observing the points. Many pairs of eyes swept over Xiao Han. Xiao Han's 3,110,000 points were indeed huge. He had a solid foundation. With 6 million points, he could obtain a key to the third floor. With Xiao Han's points, he was already halfway to success if he wanted to enter the third floor. Similarly, as long as he killed Xiao Han and obtained his points, he would have 1 foot in the third floor. Previously, during the preliminaries, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao repeatedly emphasized the importance of points. It seems like it's true. Those with more points indeed have more benefits. Xiao Han's gaze subconsciously swept over a bald immortal. This immortal had climbed up from the battle royale by stepping on the corpses of other immortals. His points were about the same as Xiao Han's, 2,910,000 points. If I were to fight with this baldy and kill him, I would be able to exchange for a red key. Xiao Han's lips curled into a faint smile. However, he shook his head. Forget it. The red key isn't my goal. My goal is the purple key that's worth 20 million points. Just like the adventure in the Genius Zone, this time, I will also obtain the most precious purple key. The bald immortal with 291 million points sensed Xiao Han's gaze and immediately turned his head to look at him. His expression became extremely hideous as he bared his fangs and spoke with an ominous glint in his eyes. He bared his teeth and said, Xiao Han, it seems like you're after me. That's right. If you can kill me, then your points will reach 6 million and you will obtain the key. But, ha 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 ha. Similarly, if I kill you, I will obtain the key as well. I'm looking forward to it. Xiao Han, I'm looking forward to fighting you. Ha 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 ha. I would like to see how a mere mortal can obtain so many points. Xiao Han sneered and turned his head away. He did not want to argue with these immortals. He quietly waited for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao to announce the start of the battle. Right now, everyone understood the rules of the arena battle of hegemony. They were all eager to give it a try. Not long after. Boom! In the entire space, an earth-shattering tremor burst forth. Then, rays of chaotic light shot out in all directions and intertwined with each other. Like a mirage, the light spread and overflowed. It was extremely mystical and a spectacular sight. Soon, the light and mist intertwined and formed an arena that looked like it was made of divine jade. It was an ancient and huge arena. It was almost boundless. Ancient runes and the word, immortal, flowed on it. The arena emitted an ancient and murderous aura. There were even specks of immortal blood flowing on it. All in all, the arena gave off a frightening feeling that could take one's soul away. This arena? Xiao Han was slightly stunned. This is the arena for the battle? It's really extravagant. Then, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. Then, there's no point in talking anymore. The most crucial part of the second floor of my treasure, the battle for the battle for the battle for the battle for the second floor, will now begin. 42 explorers, now, my divine sense will randomly assign you to fight each other without any bias. Remember, after the randomization is completed, if you are afraid of your opponent and do not dare to fight, you can spend 100,000 points and 1,000 artifacts in exchange for a chance to avoid the battle. It's finally starting. The eyes of the immortals and mortals standing next to Xiao Han narrowed. Nervousness was written all over their faces. The matchmaking was about to begin, and no one knew if they would be chosen or who their opponent would be. Randomly choosing an opponent was more mysterious than drawing lots to decide the battle. The mysteriousness also caused people's hearts to be slightly frightened and confused. Who? Xiao Han took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Right at this moment, Xiao. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from the ancient arena. This light extended in a straight line, enveloping Xiao Han and the others. Xiao Han and the rest of the immortals and mortals instinctively wanted to dodge, but they were locked in place by an inexplicable, enormous power. This feeling was extremely aggrieved. Soon, the light landed directly on Xiaolanzi's body. Moreover, this light was like a stream of water, directly dragging Xiaolanzi's body up. Xiaolanzi's expression was a little strange. Then his heart shook. Could it be that the first match of this arena battle will be randomly selected, and I, Xiaolanzi, will fight? Just as Xiaolanzi's thoughts settled, another dazzling light shot out from the ancient arena. This dazzling light enveloped the body of one of the 42 participants in the arena battle. This mortal, like Xiaolanzi, was dragged up. The current situation was that Xiaolanzi and the mortal faced each other and were sent to the ancient arena by 2 rays of light. Above Xiaolanzi's head, 640,000 points. Above the mortal's head, 110,000 points. In fact, for a mortal to accumulate 110,000 points was already an extremely impressive thing. However, in front of an immortal, this little bit of points was still shabby. This mortal's body also flowed with the aura of controlling a magic treasure, but it was extremely weak. It was obvious that the magic treasure he had refined was not an extremely high-quality magic treasure. As for Xiaolanzi, his entire body was filled with immortal qi like a tidal wave, as if he was the king of the world. If Xiaolanzi were to fight this mortal, then it would not be a battle of the same level. As expected, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice rang out. In the first match of the arena battle, 2 participants have been randomly selected. Within 20 breaths, they will have a chance to avoid battle. After 20 breaths, if both sides give up the chance to avoid battle, it will be considered as agreeing to battle. Once in the arena, the battle will not end until one party is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a light green rune appeared above Xiaolanzi and the mortals' heads. This was an ancient seal character, and it was indeed the words "Avoid Battle." Oh! Xiaolanzi looked at the words "Avoid Battle" above his head, then remained motionless as he calmly looked at the mortal. At this time, the mortal finally came to his senses. His face was bitter, and he almost wailed. Bad luck. Bad luck. My opponent is actually immortal Xiaolanzi. According to the legends, he's an important figure in the younger generation of the immortal world, a genius blessed by the heavens. Some of the immortals below also roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that Xiaolanzi's first opponent would be immortal. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this an instant kill? Xiaolanzi also has the Tao of Luck. What Tao of Luck? Even if Xiaolanzi kills this mortal, he'll only get 110,000 points. Seeing this, Xiao Han also laughed involuntarily. The disparity between the strong and the weak in this first match of the arena battle of hegemony was too great. This caused the scene to have a dramatic effect. In an instant, the originally nervous crowd couldn't help but relax. In the void. The 20 breaths were about to end. The avoid battle characters above Xiaolanzi and the mortals' heads were growing fainter and fainter, about to disappear into nothingness. Finally, the mortals will moved, and he seemed to have used his mental power to touch the avoid battle characters above his head that were about to disappear. He said with a dark expression, "Immortal Xiaolanzi, I'm not your match. If it were any other immortal, I would be willing to risk my life to battle, but since I'm facing you, forget it, forget it." Boom! The avoid battle characters above the mortals' heads suddenly ignited. And then, whoosh, whoosh, the mortal's points suddenly plummeted. Moreover, the magical treasures in his dantian surged out densely and seeped into Xiaolanzi's dantian. In an instant, the mortal's points changed to 10,000. And Xiaolanzi's points changed to 740,000. Then the light that was supposed to send the 2 to the arena suddenly turned back, causing the 2 to land on the ground where Xiao Han was. This battle ended with the mortal using the avoid battle. However, after this mortal used 100,000 points in exchange for a chance to avoid battle, He only had 10,000 points left. This way, he no longer had any way out. If he was picked randomly again, no matter who it was, he would have to fight. He no longer had the right to avoid battle. Xiao Han saw that the mortal's face was filled with regret, as though he finally regretted participating in the arena battle of supremacy. Sigh, mortals really can't afford to play. Mortals shouldn't stay behind to compete with immortals. There's no chance of luck. Fortunately, the sect master and senior brothers retreated early. Xiao Han secretly rejoiced in his heart. After dozens of breaths, whoosh, above the ancient arena, a dazzling light shot out once again, directly enveloping them. This time, Xiao Han and the people around him were prepared. Everyone knew that whoever was enveloped by the dazzling light would have to fight. Chapter 671. This was the last round of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. The arena battle. It had already begun. The rules were extremely simple. In the first round, Jia Lanzi was randomly selected to fight against a mortal. The result was self-evident. The mortal immediately activated immunity, allowing Jia Lanzi to win without a fight. Without shedding a drop of blood, he obtained 100,000 points and 1,000 magical treasures, causing his own points to reach 740,000. Of course, it was still a far cry from the 6 million points needed to exchange for a key to the third level. At this moment, the second round of battles was about to begin. On the ancient arena, the first dazzling light shot out. This dazzling light slowly enveloped over. It covered the top of Xiao Han and the rest, causing them to be unable to resist and could only let them choose. Fortunately, Xiao Han and the rest were somewhat used to this kind of selection. Dozens of gazes stared at this dazzling light. The muscles at the corner of their eyes were twitching, and their eyes were bloodshot. There were even people with bulging veins. Wait. Time seemed to suddenly slow down. Finally, this dazzling light descended. It arrived on Jia Lanzi's body. Oh! Jia Lanzi was stunned. His entire body was lifted by the dazzling light and floated in the air like before. In response, Jia Lanzi almost subconsciously blurted out, "Me again." Jia Lanzi was completely stunned. In the first round of battles, during the random selection, the dazzling light had chosen Jia Lanzi. However, he never expected the second round. He still chose Jia Lanzi. That was strange. He was hit again and again. Not only Jia Lanzi. Even Xiao Han and the rest were dumbfounded. Brother Jia Lanzi's luck is really not bad. Xiao Han touched his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But very quickly, a thought flashed in Xiao Han's mind. It seems that there is a hidden rule in this arena battle. It is the random selection of each round. Indeed, there is no pattern. Even those who fought in the previous round. In the next round, they may fight again. Brother Jia Lanzi's current situation wasn't too bad. Although he had fought several times, his opponent had voluntarily avoided the previous battle, so Jia Lanzi hadn't lost any immortal energy. However, if they were in an extremely intense battle, they would lose a lot of energy. If he was chosen to fight again in the next round, it would not be good. That's right. Such a battle. There was a possibility of a situation where they would take turns to wear him down. No matter how powerful an expert is, in a battle of attrition, there is a possibility of failure and failure. Xiao Han immediately figured out the crux of the matter. Xiao Han understood this point, and the others naturally also thought of taking turns to wear him down. All of a sudden, the immortals and mortals standing next to Xiao Han wore expressions of joy and sorrow. Most of the powerful existences were slightly dissatisfied with this rule. They were also afraid that they would be unlucky and encounter a battle of attrition. Then, they would fall into a series of bitter battles and consume their energy. In the end, they would be taken advantage of by others. As for those who were weak to begin with, such as the few mortals, they were extremely happy. Because with the existence of the rule of taking turns to wear him down, they might be able to rely on luck to counterattack and turn the tables. For example, when an immortal was heavily injured, or even on his last breath, they could indeed successfully slaughter the immortal. Of course, even if there was an unreasonable rule like taking turns to wear him down, no one present dared to refute it. After all All the rules here were set by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Anyone who entered Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, even if they were immortal emperors, could only obey. As for Xianxia, he was currently shrouded in dazzling light, floating in the void. His gaze swept over the people standing on Xiao Han's side. Xianxia had completely stabilized his mind and accepted the rules of taking turns to wear him down. Xianxia's body was surging with immortal light, and auspicious vapors were rising. As the immortal energy lingered, there were even phantoms of auspicious beasts and birds appearing around his body. Xianxia's fighting spirit was also rising steadily. It was as if a deity had descended to earth. Everyone could not help but feel fear in their hearts when they saw this. None of them wanted to encounter Xianxia at his peak in this round. Then, Xiao. A second ray of dazzling light shot out from the ancient arena. It directly enveloped over. Xianxia's opponent was about to be picked. Damn, Xianxia is too fierce. Please don't pick me. Xianxia. Humph, whoever encounters him will die, unless they use battle immunity. Although I have refined a few powerful magical treasures, my chances of winning are indeed very low if I encounter Xianxia now. If Xianxia fights a few battles first, then I will have nothing to fear. Everyone was praying. In the blink of an eye, the second ray of dazzling light finally descended. It directly enveloped Xiao Han. Boom! Xiao Han was dragged up by the dazzling light. It can't be? Me? It's actually me? Xiao Han floated in the void in a daze, looking at Xianxia in dismay. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Brother Xianxia's opponent is actually me, Xiao Han? Xiao Han simply did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, an uproar erupted from below. Great! Xianxia is facing the mortal Xiao Han. This is really great. Xianxia's strength naturally goes without saying. This Xiao Han has obtained 11 million points. He must also have a great secret in his hands. Now, these two have encountered each other, and both are injured. Once a situation where both of them are injured, it will be a great thing for us. Ha 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 ha. I favor Xianxia. Once Xianxia kills Xiao Han, he will obtain 11 million points. This way, he will not be too far away from exchanging for the third floor's key. As long as Xianxia obtains the key first and does not participate in this battle, we will have one less strongest competitor. Ha 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 ha. Yes, 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 Xianxia is a god of plagues. Let him leave early. For us, there are many advantages and no disadvantages. However, I heard that Xiao Han and Xianxia have some friendship between them. Could it be that the two of them? Nonsense. What is friendship? How deep can the friendship between immortals and mortals be? Xiao Han has more than 3 million points. Does Xianxia not want it? Humph. At this time, even blood brothers will not be able to avoid killing each other. Amidst the clamor of discussion, above Xianxia and Xiao Han's heads, the words "battle free" appeared above their heads. The countdown of 20 breaths began. Brother Xianxia. Xiao Han looked at Xianxia with a strange smile. Brother Xiao. Xianxia also did not know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them did not have any intention to fight at all. Brother Xianxia, the two of us brothers, are we going to fight? Xiao Han teased. Brother Xiao, don't tease me. Ha ha ha. Xianxia let out a laugh and then, boom! Above Xianxia's head, the words "battle free" suddenly burned. Very quickly, 100,000 points, 1,000 treasures. From Xianxia's body, it surged into Xiao Han's body. Xianxia actually took the initiative to use the battle free function. This way, Xianxia's points returned to 640,000 points. As for Xiao Han's points, it rose to 21 million. Brother Xianxia. What are you doing? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. I was just about to use battle free. I did not expect Brother Xianxia to be one step ahead of me. No matter who uses battle free, it's the same. Xianxia smiled indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for the points, Brother Xianxia. Xiao Han cupped his hands and said. Suddenly, Xianxia lowered his voice and said, Brother Xiao need not be so polite. Brother Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. If we really fight, I might not be your match. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them returned to the ground. What? You guys actually refused to fight? With this, the people below who were originally prepared to watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits showed their dissatisfaction, and they all growled. Xianxia, you are simply cheating. You chose to avoid the battle. With your strength you actually chose to avoid the battle? Are you afraid of this Xiao Han? You cheated. You are avoiding the battle. Xianxia, you are too disappointing. You can clearly kill Xiao Han directly, but you chose to avoid the battle. As for the few mortals, they also looked at Xiao Han with jealousy and hatred. Xiao Han, you brat, your luck is too good. Meeting the strongest Xianxia, he actually let you go. Especially that mortal who chose to avoid the battle in the first round. He was even more jealous of Xiao Han as he gnashed his teeth and said, Xiao Han, you bootlicker. You must have licked his toes and curried favor with Xianxia, so he spared your life. Why don't I have such good luck? Also, the 100,000 points that I lost by avoiding the battle actually went to you, Xiao Han. You, Xiao Han, did not do anything and obtained the points that I risked my life to exchange for. I refuse to accept this. Xiao Han and Xianxia completely ignored the clamor that resounded from all directions and were very indifferent. Very quickly, on the ancient arena, dazzling light shone again. The third round of battles began to be randomly chosen. The scene temporarily quietened down. Xiao. The first dazzling light flashed. It directly descended on Xiao Han. Xiao Han floated in the air. Oh. Now it's my turn to take turns to fight? Xiao Han was speechless. The second dazzling light shone very quickly. This time, the second dazzling light shone on a mortal. Coincidentally, this mortal was the one who had chosen to avoid the battle with Xianxia in the first round. Boom! That mortal also floated in the air and faced Xiao Han. Xiao Han had 21 million points. That mortal had 10,000 points. Oh, you. My opponent is you? Xiao Han shook his head slightly disappointedly as he muttered to himself. 10,000 points. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. As for that mortal, he looked somewhat fierce. Xiao Han. 21 million points. Roar! Xiao Han. If I encountered an immortal, I would definitely die. But it's you, Xiao Han. We're all mortals. I might be able to fight you. You don't even have the qualifications to use the battle exemption now. You have too few points. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Shut up. Against you, I have never thought of avoiding the battle. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, as long as I defeat you and obtain your points, with some luck, it's not impossible for me to obtain the key to the third level. Ha 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 ha. That mortal let out a shrill scream. 20 breaths passed. The words battle free, above their heads had completely faded away. Xiao. Finally, the two of them were sent to the arena. To be continued. Chapter 672. Up until now, in the third round of the arena hegemony battle, there had been no battles in the first two rounds, all to avoid ending in a battle. Ipdu. Finally, in the third round, the two sides didn't choose to avoid a fight. Below the stage, dozens of people focused their attention. Oh, a fight between two mortals is like a fight between two ants to us. It's not worth watching, but with Xiao Han here, we can see Xiao Han's combat power. Yes, this Xiao Han was able to stand out in the fourth zone, fight against the immortals, and slaughter them all. He must have a big secret. Even we can't see through this secret. Now that Xiao Han is about to make his move, we can peep into Xiao Han's secret. In the end, a mortal is just a mortal. As long as we can see through his secrets and grasp his flaws, it will be extremely easy for us to kill him. Now, let's see if Xiao Han's opponent can force him to use his trump card. I'm afraid that Xiao Han's opponent isn't strong enough. 10,000 points, that's a joke. No, Xiao Han's opponent also refined a low-level magic treasure. He won't be that easy to deal with. In the arena. Xiao Han. Xiao Han's opponent, the mortal with 10,000 points, became even crazier. All the pores on his body opened up, emitting beams of multicolored light. It was clear that he had refined an immortal artifact on his body. "Xiao Han, I recognize you." The mortal roared with a fierce glint in his eyes. "Oh." Xiao Han's aura was as calm as an ancient well. He was slightly taken aback. "I also participated in the exploration of the Genius Zone. You were extremely glorious. You became the #1 genius of our mortal world. Later on, you swept everything. You killed a mortal tower master as if you were a pig. At that time, you were like the sun in the sky. If I had met you back then, I would have died a horrible death. Then, you entered the 4th zone of the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure and obtained a huge amount of points. You must have had a fortuitous encounter. However, I didn't leave empty-handed in the preliminaries. I also had a fortuitous encounter. I also refined a magic treasure. Xiao Han, I am no longer afraid of you. You are a legend in the mortal world. Your rise will even attract the attention of immortals. But today, I will personally destroy this legend of yours. I will replace your position in the mortal world." As he spoke, the mortals' battle intent and essence, energy, and spirit continued to rise. "Heh, you talk a lot but it's all nonsense." Xiao Han was still very calm. He didn't even move his aura. "Die!" A magic treasure. Flood Dragon Mirror. The mortal had made his move. Boom! Countless strands of immortal light rose, and a misty mist floated above the heads of the mortals. Within the rolling mist, the roars of ancient beasts burst forth. Pooh! A section of the flood dragon's giant claw directly reached out from the clouds. This giant claw seemed to be tearing space apart. "Destroy everything." Then, a ferocious flood dragon head also emerged. Roar! The ancient pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. Below the stage. What a great magical treasure. This mortal's luck is not bad. Not only is this magical treasure invincible among mortals, but it can even defeat ordinary level 1 and level 2 true immortals, and even kill them. No wonder he dared to challenge Xiao Han like that. He is indeed qualified. Many of the immortals secretly commented when they saw the mortals attack. It seems that this time, Xiao Han has no choice but to use some tricks to defeat his opponent. Good. In this way, we can see Xiao Han's trump card clearly through this battle. In the arena, the flood dragon still broke through the mist and directly attacked Xiao Han. Wind and clouds swirled, and thunder and lightning interweaved. It was also very powerful. All of a sudden, Xiao Han was in the center of the storm, like a small boat in the middle of a huge wave. It seemed like the boat could be destroyed at any time. "Xiao Han, go to hell. All the points will be taken by me." The mortal seemed to have already seen the scene of the flood dragon tearing Xiao Han into pieces. At this moment, Xiao Han only moved his divine will slightly. Swoosh! A soul-mind energy dagger directly shot out. This dagger's attack speed was far faster than the flood dragon's. Moreover, the dagger did not attack the flood dragon at all. Instead, it directly attacked the mortal. The attack arrived first. Bang! The mortal did not even have the chance to dodge. His body was directly destroyed by Xiao Han's mind energy dagger. His body exploded instantly. With a roll of light, he turned into ashes. Until his death, he did not understand why he attacked first, but Xiao Han's attack arrived first and killed him instantly. After losing control of the flood dragon, it immediately dissipated and turned into a bronze mirror. With a clatter, it fell to the ground. Instant kill. It was an effortless instant kill. Swoosh! The mind energy dagger returned to Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao Han smiled slightly. The next moment, 10,000 points and the last 100 magical treasures in the mortal's body flowed into Xiao Han's body, causing Xiao Han's points to reach 3.22 million. The dazzling light flashed again, sending Xiao Han out of the arena. The spectators below the arena were all dumbfounded. Originally, everyone thought that the battle between Xiao Han and the mortal would not be too easy. At the very least, he would have to expose some of his trump cards and secrets in order to kill his opponent. However, they never expected that in an instant, he would be able to kill his opponent first even though he attacked later. It was too easy. Even when he killed his opponent, Xiao Han did not have any intention to fight at all. His aura was completely calm. It was as easy as brushing off dust. Even many of the immortals present felt that they were inferior to such a method. Many pairs of eyes widened. They looked at Xiao Han in surprise. At the same time, in the arena battle, in the third round, there were still 41 participants left. 36 immortals. 5 mortals. As for their respective points, there wasn't much of a change. This guy's attack speed is very fast. Could it be that his trump card is fast attacks? He seems to have mastered a level 2 immortal dagger that has an attack speed as fast as lightning. No. The quality of that dagger can almost break the defense of an ordinary level 3 perfected immortal. Discussions broke out everywhere. Xiao Han seemed to turn a deaf ear to them as he quietly watched the arena. As for Xianxia, he seemed to have expected Xiao Han to have such a move. Hence, he only smiled at Xiao Han. There was almost no time to rest. The fourth round of the arena battle. Begin. 2 dazzling lights shot out from the ancient arena again. This time, the dazzling lights did not land on Xianxia or Xiao Han. Instead, they randomly chose 2 immortals. Among these 2 immortals, one of them had 930,000 points above his head, while the other had accumulated through the free-for-all round and had 35 million points above his head. It could be said that this was a heavyweight battle. It attracted everyone's attention, including Xiao Han's. Naturally, neither of these 2 immortals chose to avoid the battle. They both wanted to kill their opponents in the arena and obtain a large number of points. In the arena, the battle started instantly. This was a life-and-death battle between 2 powerful immortals. Xiao Han watched the battle intently. For a moment, the arena was filled with immortal spells, immortal light, and auspicious colors. Vortexes were everywhere, and space exploded. The 2 immortals fought until the sky darkened. In the end, both immortals took out the peerless immortal weapons that they had previously refined. In the end, the immortal with 930,000 points blasted the immortal with 35 million points into pieces. Before the immortal with 35 million points died, he roared with resentment. I can't accept this. I just obtained the power of refinement and didn't have time to refine that powerful Dharma treasure. If I had more time, I wouldn't have died here today. How regretful. In the end, the immortal with 930,000 points skyrocketed to 28 million after killing his opponent. Ha 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 ha. He teleported back in high spirits. The immortals in all directions were once again shaken by the ferocious battle and envious of the immortal's current points. TSK, his points broke through to more than 3 million in an instant. Impressive. If he's lucky and wins another round, he might get a key. The immortal didn't waste any more words after returning. He immediately sat down cross-legged and took out a medicinal pill to replenish the immortal chi he'd used up in the previous battle. He seized the time to adjust his breathing. The 4th round of the arena tournament of hegemony had ended. There were only 40 people left. Whoosh, whoosh, dazzling lights shot out from the ancient arena, announcing the start of the 5th round. Of the 2 dazzling lights, one landed on the immortal who just defeated his opponent and gained a vast amount of points, while the other went for Xiao Han. Me again. Xiao Han blurted out as the dazzling lights dragged him up. As for the immortal, after swallowing some elixirs, he recovered a little from his weakened state after the fierce battle. 22 million points hovered above Xiao Han's head. 28 million points hovered above the immortal's head. The 2 of them faced each other. This was definitely a super heavyweight battle. Both of them had more than 3 million points. The lowest requirement to enter the 3rd level was 6 million points. In other words, no matter who won, they would bid farewell to the arena tournament of hegemony and directly enter the 3rd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. This was a battle that would decide their future. Brother Xiao, you have to win this battle. Even Xianxia was sweating for Xiao Han below the stage. After all, Xiao Han's opponent, the immortal, had extremely fierce combat power. Although he'd fought a tough battle and hadn't recovered to his peak, the Dharma treasure he controlled was too powerful. At this moment, the seal characters that said, Battle Pass, appeared above Xiao Han and the immortals' heads, but neither of them used it. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. The immortal glared at Xiao Han. I didn't expect to meet you. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. You still have some time to use Battle Pass. I heard that you have the means to kill immortals. I want to see how you do it. Heh. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Not good. Oh. What's not good? The immortal said fiercely. You've already fought a battle and haven't recovered yet. If I kill you now, it'll be an unfair victory. Xiao Han said seriously. Arrogant. The immortal roared at the sky. Xiao Han, you're courting death. Xiao Han's words caused the spectating immortals to hiss in disgust. At this moment, the seal characters above Xiao Han and the immortals' heads faded and disappeared. The two of them were instantly sent to the arena. Xiao Han, you have no chance of Battle Pass. The immortal said coldly. Just now, I killed that mortal in one move. Now, I'll kill you in one move too, Xiao Han said casually. To be continued. Chapter 673. The fifth round of the tournament. The highlight of the show was on. The two combatants were Xiao Han and an immortal with 3.28 million points. Even though the immortal had fought in the fourth round and killed another immortal, he was quite exhausted. However, his foundation was strong enough, and he had mastered many powerful immortal arts, as well as a few mystical immortal weapons. His offense and defense complemented each other. Against such an opponent, Xiao Han was ultimately immortal. Therefore, the immortals below the arena, with the exception of Jianghu, all subconsciously favored the immortal. Below the arena. I keep getting the feeling that Brother Xiao is hiding some indescribable trump card. It's as deep as an ancient well, unfathomable. Jianghu mused. As for the other immortals, they broke out into a flurry of discussion once more. This time, Xiao Han will reveal his strongest trump card, right? Xiao Han killed Immortal too easily just now, so he couldn't show off his true strength. Now, Xiao Han is facing a powerful celestial. Even if he can pass, it won't be easy for him. Ha. He can pass? Do you really think Xiao Han can easily kill an immortal? Just wait and see. Xiao Han will definitely lose this battle. Furthermore, he would die a horrible death. I've always suspected that Xiao Han obtaining such a large number of points in the fourth region, claiming to have killed more than 10,000 celestials, was definitely not true. There must be a huge secret behind it. Perhaps he was just lucky. Everyone, watch carefully. In this battle, Xiao Han will show his true colors. In the arena. In an extremely short period of time, the immortal had displayed the strongest combat power he could muster to the fullest. Immortal spell formations gushed out of his body, and 3 offensive immortal artifacts floated above his head. An immortal whip. A blood-stained saber. An immortal painting. The 3 immortal artifacts rotated endlessly, exuding an aura that could not be worn down by 1,000 tribulations. Xiao Han's aura was still as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest fluctuation of energy. Xiao Han appeared very calm, like a jade tree made of snow, aloof from the world. However, even though Xiao Han looked calm, the solid mental power planet in his brain was highly condensed. It should be noted that Xiao Han's mind power star had been strengthened once in the fourth region, making his soul and mind power much stronger. Therefore, Xiao Han's soul was able to transform into anything he wanted. Not only could he transform into a dagger, but he could also transform into a saber, a spear, a sword, a halberd, and many other weapons. Moreover, the quality of the weapons that Xiao Han transformed into was comparable to the magical treasures that ordinary level 3 true immortals used in the immortal world. This time, Xiao Han did not transform into a dagger. Instead, he transformed into a terrifying needle-shaped weapon. Xiao Han, you're too pretentious. You're still pretending to be lazy when facing me. You're too arrogant. The Celestial's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Xiao Han, I also know that you have an immortal artifact dagger. The attack of this immortal artifact dagger is extremely fast and indestructible. Do you think that you can defeat me with just this dagger? Ha. Then come at me all you want. Among the 3 magical treasures that I've refined, This landscape of the great path of rivers and mountains is a combination of offense and defense. When you attack, this landscape of the great path of rivers and mountains can instantly defend and turn defense into offense. When I killed that idiot just now, I didn't use this landscape of the great path of rivers and mountains. Now that I'm facing you, I'll show you the true power of this powerful magical treasure so that your death will be worth it. Above the Celestial's head, the landscape of rivers and mountains fluttered in the wind like a flag. It radiated the terrifying aura of an invincible king. What an amazing magical treasure! The Celestials below the arena cheered inwardly. I'd like to see how Xiao Han can break through this magical treasure. In the arena, Xiao Han was fearless. I won't waste any more words. Watch me kill you. Suddenly, Xiao Han's mind flickered, and a dagger was instantly formed from his soul force. The dagger flashed with a cold light. Ha ha ha! Xiao Han, come at me. Let's see if your dagger is faster or my immortal treasure is faster. The Celestial laughed hideously. In a flash, Xiao Han's mind flashed, and the dagger was already stabbing toward the Celestial at lightning speed. This speed was extremely fast. If he didn't prepare his defense in advance, he would definitely be hit. However, the Celestial had already predicted Xiao Han's attack. Therefore, as soon as Xiao Han's dagger stabbed toward him, the landscape of immortals above the Celestial's head swept out. 10,000-li gale. All living beings in the mortal world appeared in an instant. At this critical moment, Xiao Han's soul-will dagger was wrapped up by the landscape of the great path of rivers and mountains. Indeed, as the Celestial had said, Xiao Han's dagger was fast enough. However, the Celestial's immortal treasure was also fast enough to defend. It was just a hair faster than Xiao Han's dagger. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Han, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. Ha 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 ha! When you're at your wit's end, it'll be my chance to kill you. The Celestial was relieved. Although he had spoken confidently before, he was still worried that Xiao Han had a way to break through his treasure. However, Xiao Han's dagger was extremely fast, but it was still blocked by the Celestial's treasure. This made him completely relieved. Xiao Han, speaking of which, I have to thank you. Ha ha ha, after killing you, your 3 million points will be mine. Then, I'll have accumulated more than 6 million points, enough to exchange for a key to the 3rd floor. Ha 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 ha, what a surprise. I'll be the first person to stand out in the arena and enter the 3rd floor. Ha 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 ha. Outside the arena. He blocked it. Xiao Han's attack was blocked. The Celestials focused their gazes. Xiao Han is going to die? In the arena, Xiao Han's expression was calm. He seemed to have expected that the soul-will dagger would return empty-handed. Hey, let's end this. This time, I won't play with the dagger, but... Suddenly Xiao Han's mind moved. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Something terrifying happened. Hundreds of thousands of needle-shaped weapons as thin as cow hair, as thick as steel needles, and as soft as spring rain, rained down on Xiao Han. One had to know that the size of the dagger was slightly larger. Therefore, when Xiao Han controlled it with his divine soul, the speed of the dagger was fast, but the needle-shaped weapon was many times smaller than the dagger. It was like a drizzle, and its speed far exceeded the dagger's trajectory. It was less than 1/100th of a breath's time. Even the Celestial didn't have time to react. The Celestial painting didn't react at all. Poochie, 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 Poochie. The sound of rain hitting the banana leaves rang out. It was like the pitter-patter of footsteps on a muddy path. The next moment, the previously smug immortal, his immortal painting, Dharma treasure, and his body were riddled with holes by the dazzling soul rain. The soul rain twisted again and turned the Celestial into minced meat. The Celestial's blood bloomed like fireworks. Dead. The Celestial fell. After killing the Celestial, Xiao Han quickly retracted the soul rain. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. This heavyweight duel was annihilated into nothingness. Soon, the points floating above Xiao Han's head skyrocketed to 6.5 million points. Correspondingly, the number of celestial treasures in his dantian also reached more than 60,000. 6 million points. You can exchange for a key to the 3rd floor of my treasure. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's mind made a timely sound. 6 million points for a crimson key. Adventurer, you can use your mind to exchange with me. Exchange for a crimson key? Xiao Han's footsteps paused slightly. Below the arena. Silence. Complete silence. No one had expected Xiao Han's counterattack to be so beautiful, so clean. Before anyone could react, Xiao Han had killed the immortal who had the upper hand just a moment ago. The hare leapt and the falcon swooped down, instantly killed. At this moment, all the Celestials had witnessed Xiao Han's methods. Even the Celestials who looked down on Xiao Han had to admit that Xiao Han was indeed difficult to deal with. Moreover, Xiao Han's ability to kill the Celestial was not a fluke. Too powerful. He's just a mortal. But he can easily kill a Celestial with a Celestial treasure. What a freak. What a freak. Now, who would be willing to meet Xiao Han in this arena battle? In my opinion, Xiao Han is a jinx. Meeting him is even more dangerous than meeting Jia Lanzi. Luckily, Xiao Han has already satisfied the points needed to exchange for the key to the third floor. He definitely won't stay here any longer. After sending this god of plague away, we can slowly fight for the next key. Brother Xiao, you're too strong. Jia Lanzi was also completely dumbfounded. In the arena, Xiao Han hesitated for less than half a breath before jumping off the stage without turning his head back. He did not use his points to exchange for a crimson key. Xiao Han's target would not change. It was the most precious purple key. He's not exchanging for the key. Xiao Han's action caused another uproar. Everyone was in disbelief. I know. This guy has wild ambitions. He wants to collect 20 million points to exchange for the purple key. Some of the Celestials were secretly ashamed. Although Xiao Han is only a mortal, his boldness and insight are much stronger than us Celestials. For example, as long as we have 6 million points, we will stop while we're ahead. We won't take the risk and insist on fighting for the purple key. But Xiao Han, with such determination, he will definitely become an all-powerful figure in the future. Xiao Han stood still amidst the gasps of surprise. At this moment, the next round of the arena hegemony battle had begun. At this time, including Xiao Han, there were 39 people participating in the battle. Chapter 674. After obtaining all of the Immortals' points, Xiao Han's points had skyrocketed to more than 6 million, but he didn't exchange them for the key to the third floor. Instead, he quietly retreated and stood there, reflecting on the gains and losses of the previous battle. Oh! The smaller the size of the weapon conjured by soul and mind power, the faster it can be controlled. Xiao Han now had a deep understanding of this. Although a small weapon can't compare to a larger one in terms of power, with the addition of speed, the tearing and penetrating power of a small weapon will increase. Moreover, it's easier and more precise to control a small weapon with a mind power. Gradually, the solid mind power planet in Xiao Han's Sea of Consciousness began to rotate and evolve. Countless needle-shaped weapons, like fine raindrops, wriggled slowly. Shockingly, each of the needle-shaped weapons began to shrink. As fine as a cow's hair, but they shrank again. The needle-shaped weapons began to split into two. Xiao Han was working hard to make these exquisite weapons split and shrink again. His mind power was highly concentrated. Below the arena, the other immortals saw Xiao Han's focused expression and thought that he was putting on an act. Each and every one of them felt a mixture of fear, disgust, and hatred towards Xiao Han. Brother Xiao seems to be comprehending something. Jia Lanzi looked pensive. While Xiao Han was immersed in his comprehension and had almost forgotten about everything else, the arena battles didn't slow down because of Xiao Han. Instead, they became even more intense. In the next few rounds of battles, the four mortals apart from Xiao Han were extremely unlucky. They were chosen to fight against the immortals one after another. When these mortals hadn't encountered immortals at all, they were still hoping for a fluke. They thought that by relying on the low-grade fairy weapons and magic treasures they had obtained in the preliminaries, they would be able to contend with immortals. If they were lucky, they might even be able to pass. However, when facing an immortal, just the immortal's aura alone was not something these mortals could resist. One look from an immortal could even cause their minds to crumble and their will to fight to scatter. Thus, when these mortals had enough points, the first thing they did was choose to avoid battle. However, their points were too few, so after a few times of avoiding battle, they were forced into a dead end. They could only fight once in a while. Without any suspense, the 4 mortals all died tragically on the arena. In this way, there were only 35 people left in this arena tournament. Of the 34 immortals, only Xiao Han was left among the mortals. Ha 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 ha, mortal. You overestimate yourself. You actually want to compete with us immortals and covet the treasures of the 3rd layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. What wishful thinking. Judging from the points, the key to the 3rd floor of my treasure will be given out one after another. Alright, rest for 4 hours before fighting again. The arena hegemony battle had been going on until now. There was no time to rest at all, causing the participants to be exhausted from running around and killing each other. Now that the top 15 had been decided, there was finally a chance for 4 hours to recuperate. These 4 hours were extremely precious. This was because most of the immortals in the top 15 had exhausted a lot of their energy from the continuous battles. Their auras were slightly dim, and their fighting prowess was far from their peak. If there was no time to rest and they continued fighting, the initiative between life and death would largely be decided by luck. It would no longer be in their hands. This was extremely frustrating. But now, they finally had a chance to rest. The immortals were all wild with joy. They did not waste any time and sat down cross-legged. Some took out sacred medicines and divine water and consumed them to replenish their energy. Some of them hurriedly activated the refining power that they had just obtained to refine the magical treasures that they had stored in their dantian. They strive to control stronger immortal treasures in these 4 hours to prepare for the more intense battles later. Jia Lanzi sat down cross-legged, the power of refinement swirling around his body. He was not the least bit careless. As for Xiao Han, whoosh, 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 in his sea of consciousness. The needle-shaped weapons formed from his soul and mind power had now split into 2, then into 4. Every needle-shaped weapon was visible to the naked eye at first, but now it had split and transformed into almost transparent nothingness. If one did not pay attention, they could not be seen with the naked eye. Phew! My soul power has been pushed to the limit. For now, I can only divide a needle weapon into 4 parts. I can't divide it into 8 parts. Xiao Han collected his soul. Yes, after each needle weapon is divided into 4 parts, it's even thinner, so it's faster to activate. Moreover, such a small weapon can pierce through the air at a speed faster than light. It's almost impossible to see the weapon itself, only the afterimage of the ripples in the air. This way, it's almost impossible for the enemy to guard against it. Xiao Han was very satisfied. This method of splitting the size of the needles was something he had come up with on a whim. Now, Xiao Han had given this method a name. Phantom Attack. Yes, let's call it Phantom Attack. The enemy can't see the weapon, they can only feel a phantom passing by. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Yes, there's still a quarter of an hour before the 4 hours of rest. I need to make good use of the time to regulate my breathing and nourish my divine soul. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air. He also felt a little tired, so he quickly sat down cross-legged. Although Xiao Han had been trying to comprehend the method of spiritual soul attacks, he was still aware of everything that had happened in the arena battle. Xiao Han also knew that the battle had come to an end, and the top 15 had been decided. Moreover, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao had announced the 4 hours of rest. Xiao Han sat down to recuperate while he scanned the top 15's points with his mind wave, including his own. Currently, Xiao Han was still in first place among the top 15. Xiao Han, 5 million points. Ranked first. He was qualified to exchange for a key. In second place was a green-clothed female immortal. Her eyes were long and narrow, and her points had reached 84 million. She was about to get the key to the 3rd level. Those ranked 3rd to 8th all had 4 million to 5 million points. Those ranked 9th to 13th all had 3 million to 4 million points. Jia Lanzi's ranking was slightly lower, only at 14th place, with 2 million points. The last immortal in 15th place had 91 million points. The situation now is very delicate. Xiao Han nodded slightly. In other words, once the battle of the top 15 starts, the winner of any battle will almost be able to get a key. Even Brother Jialan, although he has more than 2 million points, if he defeats an immortal ranked 3rd to 8th, he will get the key immediately. There's no doubt about it. Even the one ranked last, with 9 million points, can turn the tables and get the key just because of one battle. 4 hours of rest time had finally come to an end. At this moment, all the immortals had recovered to their peak state. Moreover, a few immortals had refined their immortal weapons and treasures again. Strong confidence could be seen between their brows. Enough, the rest time is over. From now on, there will be no more rest time in this arena battle. Let's fight. The battle of the top 15 begins now. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded leisurely. S. Chapter 675. The battle in the arena had reignited the flames of war. Including Xiao Han, all 15 people stood up. Each and every one of them. Their eyes were burning with the flames of war. On the ancient arena, dazzling lights intertwined and splashed everywhere. Let's fight. Stop dilly-dallying. Next is the battle that will decide who can enter the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The mystery is about to be revealed. Some of the immortals who had refined and controlled new immortal artifacts were naturally full of confidence. They hoped to participate in the battle immediately, kill their opponents on the arena, and get the key. Finally, whoosh whoosh, on the ancient arena, 2 dazzling lights shot out and descended. They directly covered 2 immortals. One of the immortals was ranked 3rd among the top 15 in points. He had 21 million points. As for the other immortal, he was ranked 15th with 91 million immortals. The 2 immortals did not even consider using the immunity card and were sent to the arena. Ha 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 ha. I recognize you. Fire Shadow. The immortal with 21 million points roared out with a look of joy on his face. As for the Fire Shadow, although he had fewer points, there was no dejection or fear on his face. Instead, he smiled with interest. As long as I kill you, my 91 million points will immediately become more than 7 million. I will get the key in an instant. You still want to kill me? Die! Finally, the 2 immortals confronted each other head-on. The immortal with 21 million points. He seemed to be determined to win. First, he took out his strongest Dharma artifact, a treasure that looked like an official seal. Suddenly, the wind and clouds rolled in all directions, and huge waves swept up thousands of piles of snow. It was an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. Bang! The immortal with 91 million points. His body was directly blasted into pieces. However, too weak. An afterimage? The immortal with 21 million points had just burst out laughing when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just now, what he shattered was actually an afterimage. The next moment. Puff! The head of the immortal with 21 million points suddenly shot up into the sky. Blood gushed out of his neck like a waterfall. The immortal with 91 million points was now standing behind the immortal with 21 million points, laughing hysterically. Ha 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 ha. The one who has the last laugh is me. Ha 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 ha. It's not in vain that I've been keeping a low profile all this time. At the critical moment, I refined a clone talisman. Ha 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 ha. Hong, hong, hong. The points and Dharma treasures of the fallen immortals surged into the victor's body. All of a sudden, the winner's points exceeded 6 million, reaching 7 million. In the next moment, the victor's eyes were blazing as he roared, Lord Zhu Dao, Immortal Emperor. I want to exchange 7 million points for an orange key. Ha 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 ha. 6 million points can be exchanged for a red key, but I can exchange for an orange key that's 1 grade higher than a red key. Ha 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 ha. Ah! Someone finally exchanged for the key. The immortals below the stage were all nervous, filled with curiosity. Xiao Han and Jialanzi were also staring intently at the arena. Just then, boom! In the arena, the immortals' points suddenly dropped by 7 million. Of course, the number of Dharma treasures inside the immortals' dantian would not decrease because of the decrease in points. More than 70,000 Dharma treasures were still stacked inside the immortal's body. Soon, the wind and clouds rose in the arena. Countless rays of light shot out, and the phantoms of various auspicious beasts descended from the sky. Pooh! An orange key, 10 feet long, engraved with countless complicated runes and formations, containing the profundities of space and time, descended from the sky. The location where the orange key descended happened to be where the immortal was standing on the arena. Ha 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 ha! The first key to enter the third level of Lord Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure will be obtained by me, the Fire Shadow. Ha 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 ha! Accompanied by the immortal's carefree laughter, the orange key suddenly shrank and continued descending. Finally, like a snowflake, it merged into the immortal's body. Pooh! The immortal's Fire Shadow's body trembled. Its face shone with golden light, showing an expression of enlightenment. Then, a mirage-like spatial formation appeared under its feet. The power of space rotated from the bottom to the top like sand. This caused the Fire Shadow's body to gradually fade into nothingness. The Fire Shadow used a mocking gaze to sweep across the other immortals below the arena and laughed shrilly. Everyone, I'll leave first. Everyone, take your time to fight. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the Fire Shadow disappeared from the arena. Oh! This guy is lucky to be the first. The immortals below the arena were extremely envious. Soon, all kinds of strange phenomena on the arena disappeared, and peace was restored. The arena hegemony battle continued. Now, the first battle of the top 15 had ended. 2 immortals, 1 dead and 1 gone. There were only 13 people left. As the first key to enter Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure appeared, the remaining 13 people were now a little anxious. They all wanted to obtain the key immediately. To end this cruel competition. Xiao, on the ancient arena, another 2 dazzling lights shot out. This time, the 2 dazzling lights chose to fight. One was Xianxia, and the other was in the top 15. An immortal whose points were second only to Xiao Han. That malicious green-clothed woman. Second place on the top 15 ranking list. An existence with 584 million points floating above her head. Boom! Boom! Xianxia and the malicious green-clothed woman floated in the air and exchanged glances. Both of them ignored the words that appeared above their heads. Immortal Xianxia. The malicious green-clothed woman smiled sinisterly. This is really unexpected. I, Violet Luo Fairy, obtained the key to the 3rd floor. I actually obtained points from you. Heh. Xianxia smiled indifferently. Suddenly, a pondering expression appeared in her eyes. She looked at the points above Violet Luo Fairy's head. Immortal Xianxia, if I didn't refine those few magical treasures in my body, I definitely wouldn't be your opponent. However, I rested for 4 hours just now. To me, Violet Luo Fairy, this is too important. Now, I have 90% confidence that I can kill you, Immortal Xianxia. Violet Luo Fairy said confidently. Before they officially stepped onto the arena, Violet Luo Fairy and Xiao Han were already at each other's throats. The atmosphere between the two of them became extremely tense. Below the arena, the immortals who were watching the battle began to discuss among themselves. Arrogant! This Violet Luo Fairy. How dare she be so arrogant in front of Xianxia? She's simply courting death. Ha 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 ha! Idiot! Don't look down on Violet Luo Fairy. It's no coincidence that Violet Luo Fairy's points could rank first in the top 15. Before entering the top 15, Purple Luo Fairy used an extremely terrifying celestial artifact. And after that, during the 4 hours of rest, I observed that while Purple Luo Fairy was resting, she was constantly activating the power of refinement, speeding up the refinement of the new celestial artifact in her dantian. Now she must have obtained the celestial artifact that she likes, and her combat power has soared. You can say that, although she can't say that she can definitely defeat Xianxia, she is definitely qualified to challenge him. Humph. Do you think that Xianxia doesn't have any trump cards? Doesn't he have any powerful magical treasures? While the immortals were arguing, Xiao Han swept his soul psyche over to cover Violet Luo Fairy. This Violet Luo Fairy's aura is unfathomable. Also, Xiao Han pierced through Violet Luo Fairy's dantian and saw that there were no less than 7 magical treasures operating brilliantly in her dantian. At least 3 of them were even of a higher quality than the magical treasures that the son of Xianxia had possessed. This meant that Violet Luo Fairy had control of 7 of the tens of thousands of magical treasures, and 3 of them were extraordinary. This Violet Luo Fairy is powerful. She's a formidable opponent. I wonder if Brother Jianghu can kill her and obtain a large number of points. Xiao Han's soul psyche swept over Jianghu. Xiao Han's intuition told him that Jianghu's aura was slightly stronger than Violet Luo Fairy's, but not by much. Xiao Han also saw that among all the magical treasures piled up inside Jianghu's body, there were 2 that were emitting dense immortal qi. Brother Jianghu has only refined 2 magical treasures, but they are of very high quality. They're not inferior to Violet Luo Fairy's 7 magical treasures at all. Xiao Han nodded slightly. From this, he concluded that Jianghu could definitely defeat Violet Luo Fairy, but it wouldn't be easy. He might even have to pay a great price. Phew. Don't worry too much about Brother Jianghu. Although he'll lose some immortal qi as the price, he'll be able to retreat once he obtains Violet Luo Fairy's points. It won't be too late to recuperate then. Xiao Han rubbed his nose. He was sure that Jianghu would kill Violet Luo Fairy and take her points. However, then, something strange happened. Boom! When the 20 breaths were up, the words, "Fight free," above Jianghu's head began to burn. From above Jianghu's head, 100,000 points and 1,000 magical treasures suddenly flowed into Violet Luo Fairy's body. This caused Violet Luo Fairy's points to instantly reach 5,940,000. Fight free. Jianghu actually chose to fight free. At the most crucial moment, when the key to the 3rd level would be decided, Jianghu chose to fight free. Then, Jianghu looked deeply at Violet Luo Fairy, glanced at Xiao Han out of the corner of his eye, and retreated without a word. This is. Violet Luo Fairy was completely stunned. Many of the immortals below the arena were also completely astonished. No one could understand why Jianghu would suddenly choose to fight free. One had to know that Jianghu still had the upper hand against Violet Luo Fairy. Below the arena. Brother Jianghu, what are you doing? Xiao Han was speechless. Jianghu shook his head and laughed as he spoke to Xiao Han through soul telepathy. Brother Xiao, you've already obtained more than 6 million points, but you still chose to stay and continue to fight. If I'm not wrong, you probably want to obtain 20 million points to exchange for the purple key. Now, there are fewer and fewer participants left. Violet Luo Fairy has nearly 6 million points, so I won't take it. In any case, I don't have the ambition to obtain the purple key. I'll fulfill your wish, Brother Xiao. Jianghu actually wanted to fulfill Xiao Han's ambition, so he chose to avoid the battle. Brother Jianghu, you. Xiao Han was extremely touched. Moreover, it won't be easy for me to defeat the Violet Luo Fairy. But Brother Xiao, you should be able to defeat her easily. Jianghu looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. His eyes were filled with great confidence in Xiao Han. At this time, Violet Luo Fairy also retreated angrily. The battle continued. In the next round, dazzling lights flashed again. 2 dazzling lights descended, and one of them landed on Jianghu's body. On the other hand, an immortal ranked 9th with 391 million points had descended. Jianghu and that immortal floated in the air. Jianghu. Brother Jianghu, this time, you're still avoiding the battle? The immortal with 3,910,000 points looked at Jianghu suspiciously. Jianghu smiled without saying a word. This time, after 20 breaths, Jianghu did not choose to avoid the battle. The 2 of them entered the arena. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 676. Jianghu and Violet Luo Fairy, who was currently ranked 2nd on the scoreboard, were randomly assigned to fight. Unexpectedly, Jianghu chose to avoid the battle. As it turned out, his goal was to give this fat prey to Xiao Han so that Xiao Han could fulfill his ambition of obtaining 20 million points and obtaining the purple key. After exiting the arena with the Violet Luo Fairy, Xianxia was once again chosen for the next battle. His opponent had 391 million points. This time, Xianxia was no longer avoiding the fight. Two immortals entered the arena. Although Xianxia's opponent was extremely wary of Xianxia, he was ready to risk it all. As soon as he entered the arena, he used his strongest killing moves and Dharma treasures. He regarded Xianxia as an old enemy and fought with all his might. This immortal's strength was extraordinary, especially the Dharma treasures he had refined and controlled. Their attacks were incomparably sharp. During the course of the battle, Xianxia no longer defeated his opponent with ease. He also used his full strength. As he moved and flickered, he didn't underestimate his opponent. Below the arena, Xiao Han and the remaining immortals watched the battle intently. Brother Xianxia should be able to kill his opponent and obtain the points to exchange for the key. Xiao Han's soul was powerful, and he could accurately judge the auras of the two combatants. Moreover, he had an indescribable premonition about the outcome of the battle. As for the other immortals, they were extremely relaxed. Xianxia had already made his move. Either he won and left, or he was killed. Either way, the immortals would have one less strong competitor to contend with. In the arena. Forget it. Xianxia sighed slightly. In the next moment, he waved his right hand. A seemingly ordinary rope directly swept out. This rope made it impossible for his opponent to dodge. He was tied up. He lost the ability to fight. This was an extremely powerful Dharma treasure that Xianxia had refined, the demon binding rope. Roar! No! The immortal who was tied up erupted with a roar and cry before his death. Bang! Xianxia struck out with his palm. He killed the immortal. In the end, Xianxia snatched away all the immortal's points and Dharma treasures. In this way, the points that Xianxia controlled would not be worth much. That was enough for him to exchange for a crimson key. Unlike Xiao Han, Xianxia was not obsessed with purple keys or other higher quality keys. He immediately released his spiritual will and used his points to communicate with immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's spiritual will. The transaction was completed. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses appeared on the ground, and a scarlet key descended from the sky. It was slowly refined into Xianxia's body. The power of space was as ethereal and sacred as star sand. Xianxia's body also began to fade bit by bit. Brother Jialan, below the stage, Xiao Han smiled as he looked at Xianxia. This little brother will respectfully send Brother Jialan off first. Brother Xiao, I will indeed be leaving first. Xianxia also smiled warmly as he stared at Xiao Han. Brother Xiao will definitely be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Heh. Until now, with Brother Xiao's means, I will definitely be able to accomplish it. Killing immortals is as easy as flipping one's hand. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao, see you later. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Before he left, Xianxia's words implied that he was optimistic about Xiao Han's ability to defeat all his opponents in the following matches and obtain the purple key. His confidence in Xiao Han was extremely obvious and direct. After Xianxia disappeared, several immortals, including the purple Luo fairy, cast mocking looks at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Xianxia deliberately avoided fighting me in the last round. So he wanted to leave my points for you. Ha ha ha. What a fool. The purple Luo fairy looked coldly at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you want to kill me, the purple Luo fairy, and obtain points for me to complete your ambition of obtaining the purple key. Fine. I'm looking forward to fighting you now. I want to see what tricks you have. You have to be careful, someone as arrogant as you can die at any time. Facing the purple Luo fairy's provocative words, Xiao Han laughed it off and did not say anything. Facing Xiao Han's attitude, the purple Luo fairy gritted her teeth, and the resentment in her eyes intensified. After Xianxia completely disappeared, the arena hegemony battle continued. By now, there were still 11 people participating in the arena battles, including Xiao Han. In the next round of battles, the purple Luo fairy was randomly chosen. Her body floated in the air, and she stared coldly at Xiao Han. She hoped that Xiao Han would also be chosen to fight with her. However, things did not go as she wished. Her opponent was not Xiao Han. This time, the the purple Luo fairy's opponent was an immortal ranked 5th on the rankings. Although this immortal did not have as many points as the purple Luo fairy, he had more than 4 million points. Naturally, neither of them would choose to avoid fighting. She directly entered the arena. In the arena, the purple Luo fairy's performance was indeed ferocious. She took out several immortal weapons in succession and started a massacre. Her attacks were extremely fierce, but they were also very clever. In 3 to 5 rounds, she killed her opponent. Hong. The points above the purple Luo fairy's head soared. From nearly 6 million, it had soared to 10 million. The audience booed. Logically speaking, 10 million points should be enough to exchange for an extremely high-quality key, a green key. But purple Luo fairy had given up on the exchange. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Han, your points could be exchanged for a scarlet key, but you endured it. Right now, my points can also be exchanged for a key to enter the 3rd floor, and it's a green key. But I won't exchange for it either. I actually hope to be able to kill you and obtain a purple key. Ha 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 ha. Let's see, it's me, the immortal. In the end, the one who obtained the purple key was you, a mere mortal. After saying that, purple Luo fairy retreated in high spirits. The battle just now. This further strengthened purple Luo fairy's confidence. The 7 celestial artifacts were used alternately, and their attacks and defenses were orderly. Their defenses were watertight, and their attacks were ferocious and domineering. It was practically flawless. Purple Luo fairy was confident that she could fight against a level 4 or even a level 5 true immortal. There were 10 people left on the stage. The other immortals. When they looked at purple Luo fairy, they all had a bitter look on their faces. They all realized how powerful purple Luo fairy was, and they wanted her to quickly take the key and leave. But unfortunately, purple Luo fairy and Xiao Han were at loggerheads. She had enough points to exchange for the key, so she didn't make a move. In this way, it would be a disaster for this formidable opponent to stay in the arena battle. The battle continued. In this round, 2 immortals with more than 3 million points met. In the end, one immortal was killed, and the other immortal got his points. He was wild with joy and also relieved. The immortal who won. Unlike Xiao Han and purple Luo fairy, he didn't hoard his points. Instead, he exchanged for a scarlet key and teleported away. There were 8 people left on the stage. In the next round, another immortal with more than 3 million points met another immortal with more than 4 million points. One died, and the other left with the key. There were 6 people left on the stage. Finally, the battle progressed to this point. Dazzling light enveloped Xiao Han, making him float in the void. Soon, Xiao Han's opponent was chosen. An immortal with 4.02 million points. Finally, it's my turn to fight. Xiao Han's lips curled into a smile. Purple Luo fairy gloomily said to the immortal who was going to fight Xiao Han. Tian lazy, fight hard and kill this mortal. Xiao Han's attack speed is fast, but you just need to defend in advance. Xiao Han's opponent, Tian lazy, raised his eyelids and grinned. Purple Luo fairy, thank you for your reminder. Let me kill this guy and get the key first. Whoosh whoosh, the 2 of them entered the arena. As expected, before they entered the arena, Tian lazy's body was covered with a layer of immortal armor. He roared at Xiao Han, holding a huge immortal artifact axe. Little mortal, hurry up and die. Heh! Your immortal artifact armor doesn't seem to be of high quality. Xiao Han sneered. The next moment, whoosh, 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 the densely packed soul and mental energy daggers were like a swarm of bees. With lightning speed, they charged towards the opponent. Xiao Han didn't split his daggers into needle-shaped weapons. Against an opponent of this level, Xiao Han would hardly use his secret skills. Bang! Tian lazy was killed by Xiao Han. 4.02 million points and 40,000 immortal artifacts flowed into Xiao Han's body. In this way, Xiao Han's total points had exceeded 10 million. Xiao Han walked down the arena leisurely. Damn it! He killed him instantly. Purple Luo fairy was flustered and exasperated. As for the other immortals, they were frightened by Xiao Han's almost invincible means. Now, only Xiao Han, Purple Luo Fairy, and a few other immortals were left in the arena. Humph. Purple Luo Fairy snorted coldly. Then, she sat down cross-legged and focused on the refining power in her body. Just a little bit more. I'll be able to refine and control the 8th immortal artifact. This is a supreme-grade immortal robe. Its defense is so strong that it can withstand an attack from a level 5 true immortal. As long as I can control this immortal robe, I'll be able to kill Xiao Han. The battle was coming to an end. In the next round, another 2 immortals entered the arena. In the end, one of them died, while the other managed to exchange for the key as he wished and teleported away without saying a word. In the end, there were 3 people left in the arena. Xiao Han, Purple Luo Fairy, and an immortal with 49 million points. This immortal was sandwiched between Xiao Han and Purple Luo Fairy. At this moment, his teeth were chattering, and his throat was making gurgling sounds. His eyes were full of fear and terror. To be continued. Chapter 677. This immortal really hated the heavens, hated the earth, and hated himself. Ibdu, too unlucky. He hadn't been chosen by Xian Guang to compete for points. In the end, all the immortals who had participated in this competition had either died or left. Only Xiao Han and Violet Luo Fairy were left. Besides Jia Lanzi, who had already escaped with the key, these 2 were the most powerful. Violet Luo Fairy. Xiao Han, you have already controlled more than 10 million points. You should hurry up and exchange for the key and leave. Why are you still here? The immortal's voice trembled as he pleaded. I admit defeat, I can't beat you. You should leave. I don't want to compete for points anymore. Xiao Han shrugged and didn't speak. Shut up. Violet Luo Fairy scolded coldly. She frowned slightly. She was using all the refining power in her body to attack a celestial robe in her dantian. This was the crucial moment, and she was about to succeed. Ugh. The pitiful immortal immediately shut up after being yelled at by Violet Luo Fairy, not daring to say anything else. However, he couldn't help but put his palms together, praying to the gods and Buddhas. I hope these 2 bastards fight first. Let them fight first. Then it won't be too late for me to show up. Let both of them suffer. However, things didn't go according to his wishes. Xiao. 2 dazzling lights suddenly flashed. One covered Violet Luo Fairy, and the other covered the immortal who was praying. He. I've refined that supreme-grade celestial robe. I still need some refining power. He. After I kill you. Just enough to break through the restriction on the outer layer of the supreme-grade celestial robe, and I'll be able to control it completely. Violet Luo Fairy floated in the air, her eyes like silk. Then, she looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, when I've refined and controlled that supreme-grade celestial robe, it'll be your death. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily and said to the immortal who was already scared silly. In fact, others can also use immunity. As soon as he said this, immunity! I refuse to fight, the immortal said. As if he had just woken up from a dream, he didn't hesitate to spend 100,000 points and 1,000 artifacts to use immunity. Coward! Purple Luo Fairy was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Phew, after landing, the immortal was scared out of his wits. Then, the dazzling light flashed again. This time, the dazzling light shone on the heads of the Purple Luo Fairy and the immortal. This time, the immortal learned his lesson and didn't wait for Xiao Han's reminder. He immediately used Avoid Battle. Just like that, the number of points above the immortal's head increased. Less and less. However, he had no other choice. At this moment, he had already lost all his fighting spirit. He didn't want to fight at all. What happened next was like a farce. After dozens of rounds of random battles, Xiao Han had yet to face the Purple Luo Fairy directly. It would either be Xiao Han fighting that dejected immortal, or the Purple Luo Fairy would encounter him. Every time they met, the immortal who had already collapsed would use Avoid Battle. Just like that, when the immortal had the last 20,000 points left and could no longer avoid battle, he encountered the Purple Luo Fairy and was killed with a blow to his head. Now, The arena hegemony battle had come to the last round. Only Xiao Han and the purple Luo fairy were left. Both of them had more than 10 million points above their heads, but neither of them was willing to exchange for the key and leave. Purple Luo fairy, finally, we have no other choice. Xiao Han looked at the purple Luo fairy with a smile. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. It's over. Everything will be over. Ha 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 ha, yes. Everything will be over. Suddenly, the purple Luo fairy's whole body shook with celestial light. A splendid cyclone came out of her body and formed a rainbow in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Her body glowed with an aura that seemed to have been reborn. The aura of supreme-grade immortal qi gushed out. At this moment, the purple Luo fairy's face was filled with a sense of superiority, as if she was in control of everything. Ha 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 ha, finally, I've succeeded. The purple Luo fairy moved her mind slightly, and a colorful robe covered her body. On the robe, various defensive formations were set up, making it impregnable. Wearing this robe, she could withstand the attack of a level 5 genuine immortal. The next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Another 7 magic treasures rushed out of the purple Luo fairy's body and flew around in the sky. The pressure was overwhelming. Xiao Han, how do you want to die? Ha ha ha, if you tell me now, I'll sympathize with you and let you choose a way to die. Ha ha ha, the purple Luo fairy said, her eyebrows dancing. What a pity. In fact, judging from your points, you must have accumulated a large amount of refining power in your body. But you're just a mortal. Refining a celestial artifact is useless. You're destined to die in my hands. How? Xiao Han chuckled. The purple key. Very good. It seems that the purple key will be won again. Just like in the Genius Zone, I, Xiao Han, have the most precious key. How dare you? Xiao Han, are you still so stubborn? That's right, the purple key is the most precious. Who would have thought that Jia Lanzi, who had always been favored, would not obtain the purple key? Instead, it was I, Violet Luo Fairy, who took the first place. This is a clear indication that I, the Violet Luo Fairy, have thoroughly risen to power. Nothing can stop me. This is the will of heaven. The Violet Luo Fairy was incomparably arrogant. How shameless. Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer. You really think you're so amazing. If it wasn't for Brother Jia Lan's indifference to fame and fortune, he would have voluntarily withdrawn from the encounter with you. Heh, if Brother Jia Lan had persisted in the battle, your bones would have turned cold long ago. How dare you shamelessly clamor here? Right at this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Oh. At this point in the Arena Supremacy Tournament, there are only the two of you left. All right. Not bad, however. Your points. You've already met the requirements to enter the 3rd level of this Emperor's treasure. Oh, this Emperor knows. You want to fight for the purple key, right? Good. Ambitious. Then let's fight. Once your battle is over, my 2nd level will be closed. Let's fight. Outside the Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. On the huge platform outside the planet. At this moment on the platform, there were also some mortals and immortals clustered around them. Among them, Wu Li, Xiao Mingchu, and Xiao Han slaves from Xiao Han's dimension, as well as many ancient giants and elders from the Monster Hero Tower were all standing on the platform. At this moment, they were all standing on the platform. They were staring at the interior of the planet. I wonder how junior brother Xiao Han is now. The Arena Supremacy Tournament has been going on for a long time. I wonder if junior brother Xiao Han. Dongfeng Qin couldn't stop mumbling. Dongfeng, you don't have to be anxious. You have to have confidence in Xiao Han. Wu Li pretended to be calm and smiled, but in fact, his heart wasn't at peace. Everyone, you don't have to be like this. We all know Brother Zhao's combat power. He's like a god that descended to the mortal world. He'll definitely be able to sweep everything away. Black and White Z and Yu Yangzi were also at the side. At this moment, whether it was Wu Li and the other mortals, or immortals like Black and White Z and Yu Yangzi, the points above their heads had all been cleared after they left the Absolute Saber Immortal Emperor's treasure. Moreover, in their bodies, except for a few Dharma treasures that they had completely mastered and refined, the other Dharma treasures and immortal weapons that they had yet to refine were all annihilated. Boom! The Absolute Saber Immortal's lair, that planet, suddenly expanded. Then, a beam of immortal light shot out. An immortal burst out from the planet and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I've obtained the key to enter the 3rd floor. Ha 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 ha. On the platform, the mortals and immortals standing were full of envy and jealousy. Just like that, the immortals who obtained the keys flew out from the planet and stood on the platform to rest and adjust themselves. Soon, whoosh, another beam of immortal light shot out. Xianxia also came out. Immortal Xianxia. Brother Xianxia. Wu Li, Black and White Z, and the others immediately rushed forward. After Xianxia stood still, Black and White Z and Yu Yangzi stood on his left and right. Brother Xianxia, you also obtained the key? Wu Li and the others were all talking at once. Immortal Xianxia, where's Xiao Han? Don't worry everyone. Brother Xiao is fine. His strength is extraordinary, and he wanted to obtain the most precious key. He's still fighting. Xianxia immediately said. The battle within is truly tragic. Even Brother Tao Tai, Brother Breathing Earth and the other old friends have fallen within it. They died in the arena battles. Sigh. Indeed, in the arena battles, Tao Tai, Living Earth, and other immortals who were close to Xiao Han all died one after another. Hearing this grievous news, Black and White Z, Wu Li, and the others all sighed. Xianxia comforted them. Everyone, don't be like this. This is the price that must be paid in the process of pursuing the immortal Tao and power. I think that Brother Tao Tai and Brother Living Earth fought for their ideals. Although they died, they have no regrets. After a short pause, Xianxia continued. After obtaining this key, I also received Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's intent. He told us to wait here. I believe that after the end of the arena battle, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao will have new arrangements. In the arena, the 20 seconds to choose not to fight had ended. Xiao Han and Purple Luo Fairy stood in the arena. The final battle. The final battle. This battle was not to be underestimated. It would decide who the purple key belonged to. Purple Luo Fairy was clad in immortal clothing, and her defense could be said to be perfect. 7 powerful offensive immortal artifacts circled around her like comets. Xiao Han die! Purple Luo Fairy's face was ferocious, and her murderous aura was wild. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, Purple Luo Fairy activated several extremely powerful offensive immortal artifacts and attacked Xiao Han. She wanted to destroy Xiao Han in one blow. Although Purple Luo Fairy looked down on Xiao Han, she went all out. She gathered all the immortal energy in her body and controlled several immortal artifacts to attack Xiao Han. This attack was a killer move. The control of several immortal artifacts was exquisite, and it completely sealed off Xiao Han's escape routes. And Xiao Han. Die! Phantom attack. In an instant, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, the endless soul power turned into needle-shaped weapons that were as fine as cow hair. Then, according to Xiao Han's understanding, each needle-shaped weapon. 1 divided into 2. 2 divided into 4. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The weapons turned into endless light rays, which were almost like shadows, and shot out densely. When such a small weapon was activated, its speed simply reached a kind of extreme. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. In less than 1,000th of a breath, the phantom light attack had already destroyed Purple Luo Fairy's immortal clothing. It collapsed. Purple Luo Fairy's mind suddenly stopped. Just like that, the few celestial artifacts that she was controlling, which were attacking Xiao Han, suddenly stopped. Puff! Purple Luo Fairy spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed in a frightened and incredulous voice. How is this possible? What kind of attack is this? It actually pierced through the supreme grade immortal clothing. Xiao Han, you. Xiao Han's mind moved, and countless small needle-shaped weapons turned into liquid, which instantly soaked Purple Luo Fairy. No! Xiao Han, let me go. Let's each get a key. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can be your woman. You have an immortal as your wife, that is. Purple Luo Fairy screamed hoarsely, as if she had a premonition of death. Bang! The next moment, the The spiritual liquid that had seeped into her skin, blood vessels, tendons, and bones suddenly exploded. The purple Luo fairy had been blown to pieces. She couldn't be more dead. To be continued. Chapter 678. Finally. The exploration of the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure was over. It ended with Xiao Han's complete victory. Xiao Han had killed a powerful opponent, Purple Luo Fairy, and obtained a huge amount of points. His points had exceeded 20 million. Boom, boom, boom. Following the death of Purple Luo Fairy, the points, Dharma treasures, and the power of refinement poured into Xiao Han's body like a tsunami. Xiao Han's body was full, shiny, and flawless. Now, there were more than 200,000 Dharma treasures in Xiao Han's dantian. It was no small matter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Above the ancient arena, dazzling lights interweaved. Xiao Han was completely in the middle of a colorful energy whirlpool. He felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. He had an aura of looking down on the world from a high place. Phew! At this time, Xiao Han withdrew the soul mind power that he had used to kill Purple Luo Fairy back into his sea of consciousness. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he analyzed and calculated the gains and losses of the battle just now. It wasn't easy to kill that violet sieve fairy just now. The defensive celestial robe she refined contained an impenetrable formation. If I had only used my soul and mind power to transform it into a dagger, it would have been too slow, and I wouldn't have been able to break through her defense. Fortunately, I comprehended the method of splitting my soul-mind power into small weapons in advance. Otherwise, I would have been the one to die in the battle just now. The battle just now seemed to be an easy one, but in fact, Xiao Han had passed it by a narrow margin. Moreover, Xiao Han now had a deeper understanding of his own combat power. He also had a deeper understanding of it. I am now. They could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as they were in the past. They could fight against immortals and not be at a disadvantage. My dual attribute special physique makes it difficult for ordinary immortals to kill me instantly. In terms of true Qi realm, I am insignificant, but my soul mind power and saber Dao are all extraordinary techniques. I can kill immortals like drinking water or eating rice. Now, my soul mind power, saber Dao, and ultimate attack power can kill a level 5 true immortal. Of course, if a level 5 true immortal takes out a powerful Dharma treasure first, he might be able to pierce through my immortal body. In addition, I still have a terrifying trump card, demonic power, but it is an Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. I can't use it normally. Xiao Han also felt his own methods. It could be said to be endless and varied. However, these methods could only be used to kill enemies, they could not solve the problem. Only by obtaining all of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's orthodoxy, gaining enlightenment, and obtaining the truth of his saber Dao, opening the gate to the ancient saber realm, can I kill the demon god's soul and destroy the demon egg. With this in mind, Xiao Han's eyes were filled with determination. He looked into the void and murmured. The third level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. I, Xiao Han, am coming. At this moment, a purple gold key descended from the sky. The dazzling treasure light enveloped Xiao Han. A mysterious aura seeped into Xiao Han's skin, pores, and cells. Purple key! Xiao Han exclaimed excitedly. Ha 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 ha, young man. You are really a peerless demon. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded in Xiao Han's ears. Who would have thought? Never in their wildest dreams. You again. Ha 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 ha. You again. You brat. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice changed from the dignified and heavy tone. It was actually very carefree, almost as if he was convulsing with laughter. Young man. You are a demon with talent. Back then, I was all-powerful in the celestial realm and was considered an invincible figure. I have seen countless people and seen many geniuses. I even witnessed the growth of some immortal emperors with my own eyes. This world is very big and there are many geniuses. A genius is actually just a drop in the ocean. Every era has its own genius. This is an unchanging truth in both the mortal realm and the celestial realm. It is impossible for any genius to be immortal. But, young man, you're the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao actually said that Xiao Han was the strongest genius that he had ever seen. This. Xiao Han shuddered when he heard this. Young man, you are in the mortal realm. Even if you are in the celestial realm, your talent is still invincible. You are a genius that will shine for countless eras. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was firm. Back then, you obtained the most precious purple immortal key in my genius zone. That only means that you are a king among the mortals, but that is nothing. However, in the second floor of my treasure vault, you suppressed all the immortals. You still won first place. You obtained the purple immortal key again. Ha 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 ha. You should know that I didn't think highly of you at first. Even though you've obtained a purple immortal key in the genius zone and have a slight advantage over me, you will still have to face the geniuses of the current generation of the immortal world. I expected that you would be killed by the immortals, and the inheritance jade pendant in your body would fall. You would not be able to protect it. But you won. Not only did you soar through the preliminaries and suppress everyone, but you also continuously defeated tough opponents in the arena battles. You used mortal methods to slay immortals and gods. For a mortal to be able to reach such a level is absolutely something that has never happened since the beginning of the universe's chaos and throughout the ages. In time, you will dominate everything and be invincible. You will become the overlord of this world. This is not an exaggeration at all. That's great. Young man, now I am almost certain that you will be my disciple to inherit my teachings. And my only disciple. Only someone like you has the qualifications to inherit this emperor's legacy. Furthermore, your future cultivation base and battle prowess will far surpass mine. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words were very sincere. He was definitely praising Xiao Han. There was no doubt about it. Xiao Han blushed with shame. Xiao Han knew himself very well. The fact that he was able to achieve what he had today was, in fact, because of the demon egg in his heart. The soul of the demon god. They were inseparable. This was not because of Xiao Han's innate talent. How many monsters did he have? All right, young man, you can inherit this purple key. Later, you will be temporarily teleported away from my treasure. Then, after refining the key into your body, it will guide you to the third floor of my treasure. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was filled with affection, as if he had completely regarded Xiao Han as his own disciple. The third floor is also extremely dangerous, but it contains some of my most precious treasures, as well as the power of refinement. Even celestial emperors covet the treasures of the third floor. I'm sure you already know this, so I'm not afraid of you. Then you should prepare well. Just as he finished speaking, boom! The purple key with an indescribably great aura was refined into Xiao Han's body. Then, bursts of spatial teleportation power surged, sending Xiao Han away. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, on the huge platform outside the planet. Some mortals and immortals who had withdrawn from the exploration, as well as the immortals who had obtained the key to the third level, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, gazing at the great planet. Jia Lanzi, Wu Li, and the others had the largest lineup, including all the elites from Xiao Han's plane, Jia Lanzi, He Zi, Yu Yangzi, and the 3 immortals. Now, everyone was waiting to see what would happen. Judging from the number of people, Jia Lanzi's eyes were filled with contemplation and calculation. There aren't many participants left in the arena battle. If I'm not wrong, the arena battle might have already reached the final stage. It should be a one-on-one battle between 2 people to determine the final winner. One-on-one battle? He Zi, Yu Yangzi, Wu Li, and the others were all nervous. It should be Brother Xiao against that Violet Luo Fairy, Jia Lanzi said with some certainty. Violet Luo Fairy? Yes, Violet Luo Fairy. That person is also a powerful figure. His methods are swift and fierce, and he controls several immortal treasures. Jia Lanzi nodded. Then if junior brother Xiao Han fights her. Xiao Mingchu's eyes narrowed. Heh. Everyone, don't worry. Violet Luo Fairy is powerful, but it won't be a problem for brother Xiao to defeat her. Jia Lanzi wasn't worried at all. Brother Xiao's improvement is too heaven-defying. When I first ascended, brother Xiao didn't have the means he has today. But now he actually obtained that purple key. An immortal standing nearby, a powerful figure who had also obtained a crimson key, heard Xianxia's words and immediately retorted sarcastically. Xianxia, don't be so sure. Xiao Han might not be able to obtain the purple key. At this moment, a ray of immortal light shot out from within the planet. A thin human figure was enveloped by the immortal light and transported out. He had delicate features, and there were traces of youth on his face. He looked harmless, and a friendly smile hung at the corner of his mouth. In the depths of his eyes, there was an inviolable domineering aura. Who else could it be but Xiao Han? Xiao Han had finally been transported out. Roar! Junior brother Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. You're really amazing. Ha 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 ha. The people in Xiao Han's camp, including Xianxia and Wu Bai, all burst into fierce roars. As for the other immortals and mortals, they cried out involuntarily. What? It's really Xiao Han. This is unbelievable. Heaven-defying. A heaven-defying person. He defeated many immortals and became the ultimate winner. Is he still immortal? Too terrifying. What a monster. Many of the immortals present were so shocked that they couldn't keep their mouths shut. Some mortals even nearly prostrated themselves in worship. Xiao Han descended to the side of his own people. Brother Xianxia, I've also obtained the key. Xiao Han said excitedly, but then his expression darkened slightly. It's a pity that Brother Tao Tai and Brother Breathearth have fallen. Sigh. Forget it. Life and death are decreed by fate. There's nothing to be regretful about. Xianxia comforted him. Then he said, Brother Xiao, if I'm not wrong, you obtained the most precious purple key, right? Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Xiao Han smiled slightly. However, to be able to obtain this purple key, I have to thank Brother Xianxia for your help and cooperation. Brother Xiao, you're too courteous. It's because you have the strength to obtain the key. Xianxia smiled. At this moment, boom! A domineering aura burst forth from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, conveying the great will of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Now, there are 6 people who have obtained the keys to enter the 3rd floor of this emperor's treasure. Among them, there are red keys, orange keys. There are also purple keys. Today, the 6 of you are qualified to enter the 3rd floor of this emperor's treasure. However, each key only allows you to enter. Now, I'll give all of you some time to rest. 10 days later, the keys that have been refined in your bodies will be able to teleport the 6 of you to the 3rd level of my treasure vault. The exploration of the 3rd level is also filled with danger. Although all of you are fearless, there is a high chance that you will die in the 3rd level. Of course, the treasures contained in the 3rd floor are worth gambling with your lives. The most precious treasures that this emperor has collected in his life are all in the 3rd floor. You can explore and obtain as much as you want. After that, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became silent. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.